Hello.
Hello, Internet.
I am joined here by two awesome ladies, Ethel Cross and Queenie Todd. And despite the title, I'm going to switch the subject later. But the title, it might be kind of I totally kind of misconstrued the title. What we're going to be discussing is what makes a gothic horror necessarily gothic. And one could argue it could be the time period and the setting. One could argue it's the aesthetic. So, Queenie, as Ethel, I'm going to jump to Queenie because this is kind of more her realm, and then I'm going to swing to you. So, Queenie, for you,
Okay.
what makes a gothic horror gothic for you?
Oh, what makes a gothic horror gothic? It takes you to a different time period, and it's got this way of expressing atmosphere, and I'm trying to put words together, but I'm having a difficult time. Hold on a second. Sorry, I just took some medication, so I'm a little.
No, that's cool. Like, do you think the time period is more essential? While the aesthetic is a big part, do you think
Aesthetic,
having it
yes.
set in kind of Victorian era is kind of more of an intricate part of the story?
Absolutely. It's like I think it shapes pretty much everything from the aesthetic to the story to the characters, like to everything. So, like when you think of things like Sweeney Todd, right? Like he looks like a gentleman. He's dressed really fine, but he's also dirty. He's also grimy. He's also evil. You know, like there's problems happening. Like
I
he kills
guess as
people.
well. I guess as well, it also eliminates the kind. While in certain horror movies, you'll always have that trope of like, well, they can't use their cell phone or they can't reach they can't
Right.
solve the problem via modern technology. But you have the gothic setting that sets up the fact that like there is no easy way out to a problem. This is
Right.
industrial age, pre-industrial Britain, steam-powered Britain. There's no cell phones. There's no organized kind of police force. There's no modern kind of way to solve the solution. Ethel, what for you makes a gothic horror gothic? Also, Trenchy, thanks a million for joining us, dude.
Go to Thorny
Well-
Jail.
Well, I think what really makes it, at least for me, would be the setting and would be the
Yes.
traffic. Because to me, something gothic can take place at any time period as long as it's got the settings and traffic. Like, for instance, Batman, in 1985 Batman, that's very gothic, even though it's a very modern looking film, at least for the time. You know, I mean, you've got the shadows of Gotham and the sort of statuesque kind of looking up shots.
The Notre Dame-esque gargoyles and cathedrals and stuff like that. Yeah. Again, I'm with Queenie. I'm with you to an extent, Queenie, but I don't think it just you don't have to pigeonhole it.
No, right.
So that time period.
What I want to say is that like gothic horror is romantic. Gothic horror it's got that sensuality to it. It's got that romance, you know. I love that. It's dark romance. It's all, you know, demons being beautiful to each other and things like that.
There's like tragedy to it. I see.
Yes.
Is
Tragic romance.
There's always a caveat that just, you know, it's like bittersweet.
Yes, absolutely.
Mary Shelley's Frankenstein would probably be one of the greatest gothic stories about a creature looking for love. He's not naturally malvoyant, and the circumstances and the circumstances and the age he exists in. Like if Frankenstein's monster was around today, given the kind of culture we live in now, would he have been more accepted? Would there be more pity towards him? And like again, that plays into it. The time period plays into the element. Like people fear what they don't understand, and that is also another gothic thing. Trenchy, I'm glad to see you're still alive, Queenie. I don't know if you know, but Trenchy done a 24-hour.
Trenchy. Yeah. Hi, Trenchy.
Hey,
Are you semi-comatose, dude?
no, I got like a good, I think 7 hours of sleep, so I'm good.
Trenchy, what for you makes a gothic horror? What would you think makes a gothic horror?
I say like for me, it's definitely about atmosphere, and there's like it's dark, but there's a beauty to it, like a dark beauty, kind of like the Corpse Bride, or
Yeah.
like Frankenstein and stuff like that. There's always some sort of beauty in the darkness.
Yeah, it's like there is some kind of, as Queenie said, there's a level of romanticism, and there's a
Yeah.
level of like this dark kind of morbid beauty to it. I
Kind
mean,
of.
Yes.
an example I gave to Antro, and I maybe it is a controversial pick, but Event Horizon for me is a
Mm.
gothic horror. The ship looks like a looks like a castle. It looks
A
like some kind of
cathedral.
gothic cathedral,
Yeah.
and it's not, the aesthetic isn't alien. It's unknown, but it's not alien. It's something like, even the sphere, the engine of the ship, it would probably be more at home in Hellraiser. Although, as I was
Yes.
telling you, Queenie, the jumping point for that story was, it was going to be a Hellraiser spin-off. So
Oh, dude.
that's probably why that element came about. But like the fact, the windows on the ship, as Deacon and myself pointed out, they're stained glass to them, and they're numerized. They have Roman numerals on them, like in certain Catholic churches, the decades of the rosary are on the fucking windows. And it's cool that like you have a gothic horror, but it's set in space. Alien
Yeah.
3 as well. The prison is like this
Great.
awful fucking cathedral, and like
Mhm.
there's all kinds of religious iconography around, and the music and the setting. Again, they're two. I think they fall into sci-fi gothic horror, and I
Yeah.
think that would be something more
Very
of
niche.
that. That's probably as well why I have such a soft spot for the Hellraiser movie you're not too fond of, Bloodlines. Again, you're
You-
dead right. It's not a good movie, but there is something to the aesthetic of it that I really enjoy. But
It's a good movie.
it's fun. It's fun,
Yeah.
but
I've
I'd
only
say
seen the
it's
two.
pale in comparison to the to its predecessors. But yeah, what movie do you think is never really referred to as a gothic horror, and it should be? Ethel, you've said Batman, and it kind of, yeah, to an extent, it is actually very, there is horror elements. For example, the Joker's girlfriend, portrayed by Jerry Hall, he turns her face into clay, or he puts acid in it. He fucks up her face. Some of the way the way the Joker kills people is very kind of horrific.
It's
Queenie,
more like
what?
a psychological thing, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Queenie, what kind of movie that isn't kind of considered gothic horror would you say kind of fits the criteria and should maybe be acknowledged more as
Oh,
gothic horror?
shit.
If I put you on the spot, it's okay. Sorry.
I know. It's just I'm a little today.
No, you're okay. You're
I'm in a
okay.
lot of pain, so I'm trying to cope. I'm like, all right. Let's see. If I think about, could you come back to me? Let me think
Yeah,
about it. Okay.
Trenchy. Um. Uh. Hello, Zaz. Do you want to jump on? I have a link in the. I have a link in the description and comments there if you want to jump on. Sorry, I got tongue tied.
You did. You got tongue tied.
Trenchy, is there any movie that you think, Jesus, this is really kind of gothic horror, but it doesn't recognize this gothic horror?
Uh, I'm trying to think of the name of the movie. Give me a second. I know the movie I'm gonna pick. I just need to get the name here.
Who's in it?
It's got Viggo Mortensen. It's a Canadian movie that's a vampire movie, but it isn't.
Oh,
It's shit. I have
take your
it. I
time.
can't find it.
I'll come here. I'll pop one in as well. I'll pop in an extra one. There's a movie, a detective movie set in medieval France with Sean Connery and Christian Slater, and it's based on an Umberto Eco book. It's called In the Name of the Rose, and it's about a satanic cult operating in a monastery, and like one of the murderer is kind of doing a John Doe job and reenacting the seven deadly sins from this sacred Bible, and it's really fucking cool. It's an awesome movie, and it's based on the Umberto Eco novel. If you get a chance, definitely check it out. In the Name of the Rose, yeah, like Ron Perlman gets burnt at the stake, and Christian Slater.
You know I love Ron
like,
Perlman.
He's awesome. He plays this hunchback
sugar
kind
daddy.
of monk who's
his beard.
fighting. It's pure fucking. It is pure kind of real dirty, grimy kind of gothic fiction. So if you get a chance, definitely check it out because it's awesome.
Oh yeah.
Blood and Donuts, John Steele, right on. I want to high five you right now. I love that movie. It's Canadian.
I've never seen Blood and Donut. Wait,
you gotta see it. It's so quirky. It's great. It's a vampire story.
Is it a gothic horror?
It's gothic. It's a vampire story.
Okay.
I'd call it gothic.
Queenie, do you know what other movie I fucking adore? And it's thanks to my friends Anton Shard, they showed it to me. Last Lovers Left Alive.
Yes. Yes. I love that movie. Thank you. Why are they so beautiful? Why?
Have you seen that movie?
No, I haven't.
Cannot handle the beauty.
Tom Hiddleston and Tilda Swinton play two vampires who have an off-again, on-again relationship.
It's so sexy. Like you can't even.
Years as a Queenie?
I mean, what?
It's like I'm trying to explain the plot to Ethel.
Oh right,
It's basically Tilda Swinton and Tom Hiddleston. They play.
I don't think I've seen it, but it sounds familiar.
And you know, imagine the hunger with fucking Susan Sarandon and David Bowie, but a lot more light-hearted and a lot more fun. It shows the ups and downs of being immortals in a couple.
Yeah.
How your relationship can go through turmoil if you've been in a relationship with someone over the course of what, Queenie, 500, 600, 700 years?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
It's a great movie. Trenchy, did you find the name of that flick?
Yes, I found it. The Reflecting Skin. It's a very underrated, and nobody really brings it up, but it's definitely.
He's running towards us.
He's running towards us. Oh no!
It's Myers. Who's talking?
Fucking husband. Ben's gonna be background noise for you guys.
Okay.
Has Ben a favorite gothic horror, Queenie?
Oh, I'd have to ask him. Hold on. Hey Ben. Bear.
If he's in the middle of a match, I don't want to get him killed or anything.
Okay, hold on. I'll ask him later.
Wow, he's just ignoring me working on this too.
You know what I was thinking might kind of fit into that category of like modern gothic horror? I'm not sure. You know, you might think I'm totally off base on this, but
go for it.
Jacob's Ladder feels very gothic-y. They've got the religious undertones. They've got the shadowy settings. They've got a few scenes in a church.
Yeah, there is. The bit where he's going through the hospital is like something out of a Dante's Inferno's painting, a painting of like the fucking circles of hell.
So, I mean, there could be an argument for that.
No, you know what, Ethel? You're actually right. There is something like if you could kind of, and this is you've kind of springboarded me into thinking something else.
Shit!
With the likes of Silent Hill, with the likes of sorry, Queenie.
That's okay. I'm sorry. You want to mute? I'm gonna mute. Hold on.
No, the likes of Silent Hill. I wonder, does that also fall into the category of gothic horror?
Yeah, you kind of gave me another one too. The original Flatliners, I guess, could have kind of be considered gothic horror. They do have a few gothic sets in there, especially with the graveyard.
Yeah, it's like, again, I think aesthetic plays a big part as well. I think that it's not one element that makes a gothic horror gothic. It's kind of the, like as Queenie said, it can be the time setting. The
Mhm.
aesthetic, I think, is one of the more important things, and to have some element of romance or sadness or tragedy, something
Yeah,
that could have been, dare I say, Shakespearean. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting a bit kind of hoity-toity, but like if the thing is a bit, if the thing has something that is a lovelorn fucking story, I think that also works.
Mm.
I kind of think of it like it's a stew of elements. You know, you
Yeah.
gotta have the moonlit cemetery or forest. You gotta have some sort of cathedral-looking building or architecture. You need to have some sort of weird, off-putting, shadowy mood scenes, and you need to have the tragic romance. And yeah, it's just a mixture of things. A stew, fine stew.
The
Um,
stew of gothic horror.
Yeah.
Do you think Hammer Horror done a good job of doing that, or do you think it was ruined by the kind of excess of titillation and, like, Barbara Steele getting her tits bitten by fucking maybe Peter Cushing, or which one of the Pertwee? Sean Pertwee was a vampire in one of them, and like Twins of Evil. Do you think that's an element to gothic horror, or does that detract from it?
I feel like it's like this extra element that it fits in, but it's like it goes with everything. It's sort of like this gonzo element, you know,
Yeah.
where you go for extreme. It's almost shock value in the titillation, but it's really just to put the butts in the seats, I guess.
But again, like, you don't think that'd detract from a good gothic horror? Like, again, like, yeah, I suppose in one way there is almost that kind of Mills and Boone element as well that some gothic stories have, like the kind of this chick who's wearing a corset and which is trying to eject her tits out as far as possible. Like, yeah, that would probably be considered an element of gothic kind of classic kind of Hammer horror. I don't know if it'd be necessarily gothic horror. Guys,
More
Um,
Victorian Gothic.
yeah,
I would put that in because Hammer seems to stick to the period stuff, which I
yeah.
guess
yeah.
UK company that sort of makes sense. Very good at period films stuff in the UK. Very good at that as an industry.
What do you
Okay.
think? Well, sorry, Shinji. Just quick thing with Queenie. What do you think, Queenie? Do you think sex detracts, or do you think it enhances a gothic storyline? Is She might be chatting to Ben.
Oh shit.
It's no biggie. Trenchy, go on. What were you going to say, man?
I was gonna say, like, I haven't seen Hammer enough. Like, I haven't really seen any of the Hammer Draculas or anything to comment on that. But I will say this: uh, Hellraiser, I think, is a good topic to bring up on that as well, because it's got very gothic themes and gothic settings going on. Especially in part 2, that fucking Lambert is fucking amazing and definitely would count as gothic atmosphere. But then you have the BDSM and the chains and whips and that sexual undertones that
Yeah,
are very
I,
Which
I, I,
but
I genuinely think that, again, Ethel, going on what you're saying, yeah, you can. Okay, we'll say certain elements. Say the aesthetic and the aesthetic is meatballs and spaghetti, and maybe the sex is the parmesan. You don't necessarily need it to make a nice fucking bowl of spaghetti, but it certainly just it gives it that extra bit of flavor. But yeah, no, just going over the comments. Yeah, Zaz says for me, gothic horror should have an element of it's going up on that. Should have an element of beauty. John Steele says Hellraiser is like gothic meets steampunk meets S&M. Yeah. Jennifer says I think sometimes Harbour goes too far with it sometimes. Yeah, I can understand that. Like, you don't want, like, do you want to be watching a horror movie or do you want to be watching a fucking Skinamax flick? I
Right.
think in the early 70s, they rode the line very carefully. Mark's Monsters and Madmen, all Hammer horror Christopher Lee Dracula movies are very gothic. And yeah, no, again, I think as you said, there's a number of elements that make them gothic. I think the trifecta is the aesthetic, the romance, and that kind of that time period is the trifecta. But it does work. You can take out one of the elements and keep the other elements. Like again, as I was saying, Alien 3 and Event Horizon, gothic sci-fi horror. Like as you did that Blood and Donuts kind of thing. That's probably more of a comedic kind of take on it.
Little bit.
And even as Ethel pointed out, superhero movies, not just Batman, Spawn. Spawn has a very fucking gothic kind of look to it as well.
Very gothic.
Yes.
Yeah. So again, I don't think you have to necessarily have the trifecta of elements that you guys pointed out. That you do. Maybe if you had 2 out of the 3, that would solidify the kind of story. But again, it isn't necessarily to have the 3 to make it a gothic kind of horror.
Yeah.
They got put to the genre.
Yeah.
I think, like I brought up Hellraiser before, but thinking about Clive Barker is kind of good at mixing that gothic horror with that weird sexual tones. He did it with Nightbreed. Candyman, he kind of doesn't have it in there, but especially with Nightbreed.
I'm actually in throes of pain that Queenie isn't. Is Queenie with us? Because she'd be in her element now. She'd probably be back in a second. But
that Halloween video game or something. I heard them say something about Michael charging.
Oh yeah, no, they're playing Dead by Daylight. It's essentially like, you remember the Friday the 13th game that came out, Ethel?
Oh yeah.
It's like that, but it's basically there's a number of different slashers you can use. You can use Michael Myers, Freddy Krueger, the Demogorgon from Stranger Things, Face. There's a fucking whole host of other ones, and there's also hero characters you can use. It's essentially like that. But
I saw them play that on Cinemassacre. Yeah,
it's pretty good. Guys, come here, just to let you know, there's 2 more spots here. If anyone wants to pop on, Zaz or John or Mark, you can pop on if you want. I'll post the link again, and if you want to jump on, you're more the merrier. I like having a couple of different views, and I like mixing things up, because everyone in the chat here and everyone actually on the stream as well, they're all fucking sound out. So, the more the merrier. I'm trying to think what kind of like modern, again, Antro pointed out a great modern kind of gothic horror movie would be Guillermo del Toro's Crimson Peak. And the cool thing is that's more of a kind of mystery rather than out and out horror. Ghosts play into it, but it's more of a mystery than a kind of jump scare fest, which again, Antro was dead right in picking. And if you actually, anyone who's watching, if you get a chance, check out Anthropomorphic Fiends gothic horror tag on his channel. It's I done it, a load of people done it. It's a fucking great fun tag. Yeah, but Ethel, is there any newish movies that you think kind of encompass the gothic kind of horror element?
All right. Well, I'm going to parse this by saying I usually consider a new movie to be anything made after 2000.
Okay, no, that'll do. Yeah.
But I will say I'm thinking maybe The Cell might fit into this sort of a little bit. I mean, it doesn't have quite all the elements, but it does sort of have a gothic-y feel at times. Maybe it's just...
Definitely inside in your man's mind, there is something like a kind of perverse Francis Bacon painting kind of element. Like, even with the costumes and stuff, it's like something out of the Grand Gaganal or kind of a real kind of demonic circus, which you could also apply to kind of gothic horror.
Yeah, it's kind of fringe, I think, on it, but I feel like it's got some of the trappings. It doesn't have all of them, but it's fringe on that.
It's fucking awesome. It's an underrated movie. I remember watching it before and going, okay, this kind of sucks. But then I went back, watched it, and I said, actually, this is really fucking clever. And I think it's one of those movies. If you've watched it and kind of scoffed at it, go back and watch it again, because it is worth the time and it is definitely worth the effort into checking it out. Trenchy, what would you kind of like? No, you're Grand Queenie. Trenchy brought up a good element, like one of the prime examples, and I was going to say that you'd probably be kicking yourself. One of the prime examples is the Hellraiser series. That slides perfectly into modern gothic horror, and not only that, Nightbreed as well.
Nightbreed is amazing. Yeah, agreed. Wait, what was the question we were going to ask Ben earlier? I forgot.
Oh, just what is his favorite?
What's his favorite gothic horror?
Kind of gothic horror.
Okay, what's your favorite gothic horror? He's thinking about it.
We have an Antro fiend, but his internet seems to be acting goofy. Hi, we have a topic here that might have been spawned by your tag. We're discussing what makes a gothic horror gothic.
Oh, Crimson Peak.
That's the one.
Yeah. He likes Crimson Peak.
Antro likes Crimson Peak. Antro, to you, dude, what is the essential ingredients to make a gothic horror?
To me, there's a little bit more romanticism than other styles of horror. It's sort of the horror is not just a scary thing; it's also beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, again, it's beautiful, but would there be an element of eroticism into that kind of element as well, or that's not like?
Sometimes it definitely depends on the story. It's very erotic sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't need to be at all.
Also, someone was asking me, they didn't know if they'd watched your channel or not, so they asked me, what does he look like? And I said, Lestat the vampire if he was a cowboy. That was the only way I can describe you. I hope you're happy with that description.
That's beautiful.
I mean, I can't say I'm not flattered.
Right?
Yeah.
But no, we were on Trenchy. We were on Trenchy's stream last night, and who was asking about him, Trenchy?
Osmosis, I think.
Yeah. He was like, "What's the dude look like?" And I said, "It's like, oh, if Lestat was at a rodeo, that was the best." But no, just again, I think, as the girls pointed out as well, ladies, sorry, Jesus, that was patronizing, I apologize. As the ladies pointed out already, there are elements. There's 3 key elements, I think, and you named one of them: romance, aesthetic, and time period. And I think if you can remove one of them but keep the other 2, you still have the foundations of a gothic horror. Would you agree with that?
I would agree. I think there's a lot of great modern gothic as well that keeps the romanticism and the atmosphere, and it works. One of my favorites recently has been The Moth Diaries. It's by Mary Herron, who did American Psycho, but it sort of takes elements of the Carmilla story and puts them in the modern day in a boarding school, and it's amazing.
Okay, I gotta check that out. Like, As I was saying earlier on, do you think while the early '60s to late '60s kind of Hammer horror kind of restrained themselves as they went on into the early '70s, early to mid '70s, there was a lot more titillation and a lot more kind of basically kind of over sexualization of those movies. Do you think that enhanced or did that detract from the gothic element for those movies?
I think it just there's a lot of that stuff that was subtext with some of that stuff. They made it blatant in a way that's it doesn't really bother me, but I don't think it was necessary.
Yeah.
Like with The Vampire Lovers, which is my favorite Hammer horror movie, there's kind of scenes where they're naked for no apparent reason, just to be naked, which is
I mean, like,
it doesn't need to be there.
I'm not trying to fucking. I'm probably going to come across as like. Okay, so Twins of Evil. I love Twins of Evil.
Me too.
But it's not the best vampire movie. But when Hammer Studios started putting Playmates in their fucking movies, they knew exactly the demographic they were fucking going for.
Yeah.
It was lads between the ages of fucking 15 to 25 who were going into the cinema to get to get a bit of fucking giddy giggles and go home and pinch one off when after they saw the movie. That's what those movies were. There's no illusions about that. There was some cool elements. I mean, Peter Cushing fucking decapitating fucking his knees and stuff. Sorry, Ethel?
They're spank bank movies, essentially, right?
Exactly. Ethel, you pull the hammer out of the bag and you hit the fucking nail on the head. That's exactly what they were.
Yeah. I mean, my favorite thing about Twins of Evil is Peter Cushing is the just completely insane, like, Puritan father who's like purified the whole life, burning them.
Doesn't the movie open with him burning an innocent young peasant girl at the fucking stake?
Mm-hmm. He's just nuts, and it's so over the top.
But yeah, no. What is there any video games you guys have played that would fall into the realm of gothic horror?
Devil May Cry, that whole series.
Yeah.
Pretty much that whole series is just gothic. The Spire, I mean, come on.
Yeah, and some of the enemies, like the marionette enemies and stuff, they're just again, it's like a gothic kind of circus. Queenie, any video games you've played that had a kind of a horror gothic element to them?
It like let's see. I don't play a lot of video games anymore, to be honest. Like, I used to play them more, but now people want to get me to play video games more, but I don't know. Like, on Freaky Girls Live, we were talking about that. It was like, we could play games. We could get a Twitch channel. Like,
John Steele actually made a really good suggestion. My friend Charlene adores the game. Alice, the Madness Returns.
Oh. Yes, Alice, the Madness. Yeah. I did play that. Yes.
Yeah.
I played the whole series.
Movies,
I played all of those.
Yeah. There's also...
Trenchy, any video games you would have classified as gothic?
I'm trying to think, but I do have one. Again, I don't know the name because I suck today. But it's this old Clive Barker game from the early 2000s.
Oh, yes.
Jericho?
Hell and a desert and a fetus thing.
Is it Jericho, Trenchy?
It probably is. There's like a weird fetus thing, right?
Yeah, Jericho.
Yeah, that's it.
I got you.
That game scared the shit out of me.
It was intense. It was fucking intense.
I had to stop playing it. I was like, nope.
I played this awesome game, and I was telling Andrew about it. It was for the GameCube, and it's not only a gothic game, it's a fantastic Lovecraft game. It's called Eternal Darkness.
Yes.
Where you played the granddaughter of this kind of...
you have a sanity meter.
Yeah, and if you let it go too high, it looks like there's like cockroaches crawling on the inside of your...
I hate it. I hate it so much.
Yeah, it was an awesome game, but it fucking... it hit the nail on the head. There's also the usual suspects like Vampire, The Masquerade, which
Castlevania.
was
Castlevania.
yeah, Castlevania.
So now we're getting there.
But I do Dante's Inferno. I fucking adore Dante's Inferno. I mean, you're playing a fucking insane game when you're fighting a giant dead version of Cleopatra with killer fucking cherubs coming out her tits to try and
There's
kill
a
you.
game of one of the pieces of the Divine Comedy.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. I need to see this.
You never played it? No.
No. I didn't know this was a thing.
Oh,
Okay,
you sweet
so
summer child.
Dave,
Lord.
sorry, Ethel, go on.
I was gonna say another gothy game to mention would be the Bayonetta series. That's very gothy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
The Umbro
perfect.
Witch.
anime
Oh, no.
goes in the golf a lot.
Oh yeah.
Neve said, "Jesus Christ, your one would probably do better in a fucking strip club than in in fighting demons. She'd probably make more money, worth her while." But I love the fact as well. Her hair is her clothes. So when she's turning when she's fighting a big monster, she's basically bollock naked, and her hair's fucking wailing the shit out of whatever she's fighting.
I always feel like that's really unsanitary.
Yeah.
Like, you
Good
know.
point.
I mean, I'd be washing my hair twice a day.
After wailing an angelic dragon or some fucking giant mecha fucking Jesus. But yeah, Andrew, going back to Dante's Inferno, it's insane. You fight Claudius, you fight Cleopatra, you fight Minos, King Minos.
Oh wow.
You have to kill Sharon. The Grim Reaper is literally a boat that you have to fucking take apart.
How do you kill these people? They're dead.
Very gorily, very fucking gorily. Also, fucking the Cerberus. The design for fucking Cerberus looks like a unborn dog fetus with no eyes. It's fucking insane.
Jesus Christ.
If you get a chance. Visceral Games, the guys behind Dead Space done it, and they done a fucking amazing job. But guys, that's basically the topic I was running with. Is there my other topic I was going to go with was horror elements in non-horror TV shows? But is there anything you want to chat about? Is there anything going on in the world of horror and world of music? Is there anything that you want to talk about?
I didn't have a specific topic in mind. I could go on about gothic stuff all day because that's what I'm most passionate about. But I'm up for anything.
No, dude, take the lead. Take the lead. As far as I'm concerned, yourself and Queen, you're the scholars on this fucking topic, so you might as well fire away, sir. What?
So when I did the Gothic Horror Attack, I kind of left it open to like all kinds of mediums in terms of like what could be considered like Gothic horror. Some people talked about video games, some people talked about books. It focused on movies, but I incorporated other things. But music didn't get touched on as much. I'm curious there's obviously like Gothic rock, but what kinds of like music would you say sort of touches on Gothic horror?
Queen, do you want to take this?
There is I don't know if there's like specifically Gothic horror music. There's a lot of like horror music and there's a lot of Gothic music, but I think it's kind of hard to find the two of them combined in a musical thing. It's usually musicals, right? Like it's usually that's the realm where Gothic horror shines for music. So
Theater of Tragedy is a very gothic-y horror kind of band. They have a whole song about vampires.
yeah, that's true. There are some
Theater of
bands that are like that. There's
Tragedy.
werewolf.
So good.
There's like werewolf gothic horror songs. I've
Mhm.
found a few.
Misfits, very gothic-y horror with sort of a punk slant.
Yeah, and they sort of also get into like the 50s sci-fi sort of campy stuff as well. But yeah, the
There we
gothic
go.
stuff there too.
Repo, right?
Repo, yes.
And true, my friends, they're big into their goth music and their rock. They're big hymn fans, but they're also big Ghost fans. Would you say Ghost falls into that category as well?
Yeah,
I love Ghost. Oh.
Mhm. I'd say Ghost definitely does that. One of my favorite shirts is actually it's a Ghost shirt, but it's Papa Emeritus from Ghost, but he's Lon Chaney's Phantom of the Opera. It's a combination of the two images.
Have you seen the one that parodies Salem's Lot?
Yeah. That's their debut album cover, I think.
That was fucking awesome. That was an awesome cover as well. I like that when bands or comic book artists kind of do a reference to a horror movie, they turn their cover into their own kind of creation. Guys, you chat away there. I gotta go use the little boys' room. I'll be right back, but you keep going, okay?
All right.
Yeah. Intro. Since you brought up music, I will say I don't know if they will really count as horror. Well, it is from a horror movie, but Cry Little Sister is very gothic with that organ.
Yeah.
That's from the Lost Boys too. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's very vampire-y, the associations there, and there's like a bajillion great covers of that song too.
I'd
I
also
didn't
like.
know that.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you go, Apple. I was just saying I didn't know there were covers.
Oh wow.
I'd also like to mention the band Genitorturers because they're very much into the gothic horror and also the BDSM scene sort of as well. But I mean, you take it as you get it. I mean, that sort of fits in with Hellraiser and all that. I can see Anthony knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Genitorturers are a fun band, I guess.
It's a little graphic if you go and see them live, but no more so than Rammstein, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, it's hard to get more graphic than Rammstein without doing something illegal.
But then again, Genitorturers, they've had their moments where they've done some questionable things on stage.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I've never heard of them. I'll have to check them out.
You should check them out, but be prepared. It's a little graphic.
Yeah. One of my favorites is Theater de Vampire. They're like a vampire themed gothic metal band named after the theater from Interview with the Vampire.
Nice.
They have a song based on Carmilla. They covered some of the music from Bram Stoker's Dracula. They're all over the vampire stuff, and it's awesome.
See, now we're getting it.
Graphic. Do you mean they're like cutting themselves, or like is there like real violence, or is it like aesthetic violence, like effects?
My understanding is that it's kinky stuff, Trenchy.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Mark. Sorry, dude. I can get right back to the Jackson. I saw you there. What would you consider to be a kind of modern or an unrecognized gothic kind of horror movie?
Non-gothic horror.
No, not non-gothic horror. I mean, one gothic horror that's not recognized as a gothic horror.
I would have to say From Hell. It's not classified as a horror movie, but it is a horror movie that is very dark, has very dark undertones, and is very gothic.
It would classify. I have an issue with that because it pisses on the source material, which is a fantastic fucking Alan Moore graphic novel. But yeah, anything with Jack the Ripper. Yeah, again, it's got 2 out of 3. It's got the setting and it's got the aesthetic. But as you said, it's not a quote unquote horror movie. But what about video games, Mark? Have you played what you consider a gothic video game?
Well, Anthro said Castlevania. That was my favorite game growing up. but you have to look at Silent Hill and Resident Evil.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
Silent Hill, the first Resident Evil, definitely.
Yeah, I see that.
I mean, just look at the settings for both of those. Mainly Silent Hill, though. To me, Silent Hill is more gothic than Resident Evil.
Yeah, Silent Hill has it definitely has as uh, Ethel, was it you that suggested Jacob's Ladder
Yeah.
was Gothic, right? Yeah. So again, if we're putting Jacob's Ladder into the kind of Gothic kind of setting, we have to put in Silent Hill because the creator of Silent Hill, one of the biggest influences on him was Jacob's Ladder. But yeah, do you think Gothic horror has kind of lost its luster over the years, or is it up time for a kind of a renaissance of it?
Honestly, I think Gothic horror should be making a comeback because you haven't had a really great Gothic horror or type of horror since Crimson Peaks.
I would argue that The Lighthouse is very gothic. Actually.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
yeah. That friggin' movie. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
I gotta see that.
Holy shit.
It's so good. I've watched it 3 times, and I'm gonna watch it again in commentary. I'm obsessed.
And
This
we're
does
talking-
have
we're talking
classical gothic
straight-
atmosphere, but it does have that rock and roll kind of gothic, punk gothic atmosphere. We Summon the Darkness.
You were telling me about that one. I need to see that.
Yeah. I recommend it. I want to watch it again. I really enjoyed that movie.
I'll have to
If we're
check that out.
talking having the aesthetic and the lore, you gotta look at Bela Lugosi's Dracula.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, well, that kind of that goes without saying, Mark. But I'm kind of looking more at something that wouldn't be as recognized.
Typical.
And I'm not. I hope to Jesus I'm not coming across as some kind of I'm not trying to come across as a snob. I'm trying to go for the not the usual stuff, you know. And again, like Trenchy, when I said Event Horizon, well, sorry, I'm fucking, my brain is scrambled, and you're the one who was doing the 24-hour sleep. Antro, when I said Event Horizon, were you kind of like, he's talking out his arse, or could you see the point I was making from the offset?
No, I think you backed it up really well because you've got the gothic elements of architecture in the ship, and it's sort of the way it messes with your head. It's like almost like you took the Overlook Hotel or Hill House and put it in space.
No, yeah, it's a lot of people say it's The Shining in space, and again, it was one of the kind of recycled scripts. It fits in so well. It's not an alien that threat is. It's something that is supernatural rather than fucking extraterrestrial. But
it's not more popular, and it didn't get a sequel because it really could have cleaned up if they kept going with that idea. Because the premise is really solid if you think about it. Because you've got the claustrophobia of space, the isolation of you've got no healthcare out there, you've got the hostile environment. Then you cap it off with a really spooky, scary spaceship full of like alien ghosts from another dimension.
Yeah,
so, I mean.
It's an awesome. Okay, right. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna start with Antro because this is going to be a lofty question now. So I think Antro would be the best to handle it from the offset and give you guys a chance to think about it. If you were going to, and this is kind of Mark has kind of inspired me to ask this question. If you were going to redo the Universal monster movies, not Monsterverse bullshit, these are all going to be standalone, to be more in line with the original author's elements, what actors might you pick, and what specific aesthetic would you go for? So, Andrew, pick a fucking Universal horror movie and make it as gothic as possible. How would you do that? And what kind of talents would you hire to do that?
Oh my god. I could. I've thought about this a lot, actually.
Okay, that's why I asked you first, because I knew you'd be fucking ready to roll from the get go. So you go first, and then we'll go around.
Well, that's hard. I would definitely want to do Dracula, but maybe even the first two Dracula movies, like either as one story or as like two movies, because I love Dracula and Dracula's Daughter. They flow into each other perfectly. And I have not thought about actors though. That's hard. But in terms of aesthetic, I feel like you wouldn't need to do, I mean, maybe do them in black and white again. But one thing that always sort of was interesting to me about the Universal Dracula movies is they didn't set them in Victorian England. They set them in current 1930s England. And I'd like to see sort of the Universal monster storyline, but taken back to the Victorian era again and make it a really sort of lush period piece, and maybe do it in color with more blood, but keep that storyline.
So, would you be going along the same aesthetic as Coppola's, the 92 Coppola Dracula?
A similar aesthetic. I love that movie, but maybe a little bit more restrained, because it does try to do everything that's in the book, which I appreciate, and shove a love story in there and put like
there's just a bit too much going on for your liking.
It's a little bit overstuffed, but I also kind of love it for that. But yeah, the Universal stuff really pares down the story and makes it a lot simpler. And I think with something like that, sort of a Victorian, elegant, sort of, I'd say get someone like Robert Eggers, who did The Witch in the Lighthouse, to do a movie like this. He knows how to craft a really well-made period piece, and he could make really period accurate.
And would you keep it kind of very visual effects? Like, would you have Dracula transform into things, or would you try and maybe keep those elements to the back burner?
I would say, sure, have him transform, but don't overplay it. Do some of what they did in the later Dracula movies when they had him transform was they would have him in silhouette from the back, and they would get a hand drawing animator go in and draw cells of him transforming in silhouette from this cape spread out into a bat. And I would say do something with that, maybe touch it up digitally to make it a little bit more streamlined, but I would say stick with something a little bit more handmade for the effects.
Okay, cool. So you're going to go with Dracula, and you again, I know on the spot, no actors or actresses you'd like to cast, or you wouldn't give Keanu another go at fucking Jonathan Harker, would you?
If he could make it better, I would like that.
Can you imagine fucking Jonathan Harker going John Wick and fucking Dracula? Just like fucking double tapping Dracula.
That would be that's an interesting movie idea, actually. Get like a movie that's almost like a total insane revenge story. Almost like do something like Mandy, where Dracula screws up Jonathan Harker or Van Helsing's life, and it's just that character going on a twisted rampage against the vampires.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to hop to Mark. I'm going to give you what Universal horror movie would you make? How would you make it as gothic as possible? And who would you cast in it if you could?
Gotta go with the Wolfman.
Who would you cast as Larry Talbot? Or Lawrence, sorry.
Robin Taylor Lively from Gotham, so he could disappear into that Wolfman aesthetic. He played the Penguin.
Oh, cool.
Give me somebody who's not someone you can lose into a werewolf transformation, and I want to lose that character because I always thought that, and this is just me nitpicking. I always thought that Lon Chaney, there was too much Lon Chaney features in the Wolfman. I want someone who's going to disappear into that transformation.
Okay, I get you. Basically, when they change, they don't have elements of like the Wolfman. Like again, and this might be something I'll come back to Queenie with. Would you want him? Would you want him bipedal kind of Wolfman, or would you want him gone into a wolf form, like American Werewolf in London?
Either works for me. Depends on the mood, I guess.
I would have him kind of Dog Soldier-esque, where they're just huge, monstrous wolves.
And with Antro, the setting, would you set it in Victorian times or maybe the 1920s? Or again, I to make it as gothic as possible, or would you say fuck it and try and set it in modern times?
The Wolfman? Are we talking the Wolfman now?
Yeah. I'm talking. I'm just asking Mark. Like, God
damn it.
Well, with the Wolfman, I'd say the thing that makes that one stand apart from the other Universal monster movies is it is a modern gothic story for its time. It's this everyman who gets sort of wrapped up in this ancient folklore, and I think either keeping it in the 40s or putting it in modern times, but having really sort of gothic elements seep into the modern era would be a good.
What would you, Mark? What would you like to do? Where would you like to set it? Would you like to set it in modern times, or Victorian times, or the 40s, or the 20s, or where do you think it would
be? Like 1930s, just. Because I always loved that time period where it was just kind of, man was just kind of really getting into technology. So
yeah, like you don't want to set it too fucking late because you don't want someone fucking calling a drone strike on fucking Wolfman. But you imagine that fucking 221 with a big hairy bastard climbing up on the fucking roof of the building.
I wouldn't turn him loose in modern day New York. That would be kind of noticeable.
Okay. Mark, I'm like again, like, and any other cast members, any other characters you'd like to cast from the other movies you've seen before, like if Larry had like a love interest or like a nemesis or someone.
If we're going Larry's love interest, I want someone that maybe I want a fresh face.
Where are you, bitch?
Maybe.
She's coming back. She's not taking the bait.
Well, not maybe like fresh, but maybe like someone like Selma Hayek.
Okay.
Because I always thought Selma Hayek was an underrated actress, and I loved her from Dusk Till Dawn. And
she's pretty awesome. Right, I'm gonna hop to Trenchy. Trenchy, if you could redo a Universal horror movie and try and make it gothic, how would you go about doing it? Where would you set it? When would you set it? And who would you cast?
Okay, so I was thinking about this, and I really went and who would I cast? Now, I don't think I'm worthy enough to do any of the Universal monsters, but I went with the one I'm probably least passionate about, but I still love is Frankenstein. And I was thinking about actors, and I was thinking, I know he's old as fuck, but Ron Perlman as the monster. because
Ron
and
Perlman would be
Frankenstein, I think.
he'd be awesome. When would you set it?
because he did Hellboy, and he can act under that heavy makeup. He can still bring his
A-game.
mannerisms to a light, and still you can still see his like facial expressions, and he can bring beauty to these monsters, and I think he would do really good.
And like, who would you? Okay, so he would be Frankenstein's monster. Who would you cast as Frankenstein? Dr. Frankenstein, Victor Frankenstein.
David Tennant. I think David Tennant would be good as he brings that scientific look to him, and he's someone that we can both be afraid of, but also root for at the same time.
Yeah, he was all. He can be fun, but he can also be sinister. We've seen that with Jessica Jones, him as Kilgrave.
Yeah.
What time period would you set it in? Do you try and give it a gothic element, or would you say, "Fuck it, I'm going to try and set it in a contemporary setting"?
That's hard. I do want it to be like. I do think it does need to go back to Europe. Definitely, maybe Italy or something. But I think Frankenstein, to be gothic, should be in the older times. Maybe 20s is the earliest at most, because it needs to be before we've really gotten into science. I believe
Cool.
it really needs to be early to science.
Any other characters or anyone else you'd like to cast, like, or are you kind of like, is that the main focus of the story would be the struggle between Frankenstein's monster and Frankenstein himself?
Yeah, I do. I would like to have like an Igor character, but I don't know who I'd cast him as. It'd be fun to have him in there. But I do think like what the Victor Brand did with with Helen Bonham Carter's character and the female and stuff. I think we should just keep it between Victor and the monster and show how Victor's kind of like the monster is kind of like Victor's mistake in his mind, and
It's eased away with him, and he can't come to terms with he's unleashed this thing on the world, and he needs to destroy it.
Yeah,
there's no personal vengeance. It's literally a psychological weight on his fucking mind. Antro, do you want to chime in with something, dude?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to bring up really quick one thing that I haven't really seen in any movie version of Frankenstein that's in the novel is the framing device of Captain Robert Walton, who's on this ship in the Arctic and runs into Victor Frankenstein, who's pursued the monster way out into the Arctic and picks him up, and he's like half frozen to death and starts telling him the story of how he's got to this point.
Branagh done a fantastic job in that. Also, Trenchy, John came in with an awesome idea to cast Jackie Earl Haley as Igor.
Oh, that would be good. That would be good.
That'd be awesome.
I think Igor should be the voice of reason. I would give Igor more of a role. Be like, dude, you maybe this thing isn't as scary as it seems. Maybe Igor, being kind of a freak himself, can sympathize.
He could empathize with the creature, the creation.
Yes, I think they never really played with that, and I think they should.
Antro, what's up, dude?
The other thing about Igor that I think is interesting is that he's not a character in the original Frankenstein movie.
Oh no,
yeah,
he's not. And I think in the original he wasn't even called Igor.
No, his name's Fritz. He's played by Dwight Bride, who did Renfield in the original Dracula, but his name is Fritz. And then Dwight Bride plays the character Carl in Bride, but then in Son of Frankenstein, we get Bela Lugosi as Igor with a Y, and he's a different character.
And Antro, you might know, was it Herbert Lom who played also Jonathan Harker in the original Dracula that played Fritz in Frankenstein as well? I think it was.
In which version?
In the following movie, the guy who played Harker went on to play Fritz in the Boris Karloff Frankenstein, the first movie.
It was Dwight Frye who played Renfield in original, because they kind of mix up the Jonathan Renfield.
Yeah, okay. But did Dwight Frye play both Redfield and Fritz? I think he might have. I think there is a connection.
Yes,
here.
he did. He played both of those characters, and I'm trying to think. He was in a few other movies as well. He was Carl in Bride of Frankenstein.
Yeah, he was kind of like, you'd find a lot of those actors would be fucking mixed and matched. They were kind of broken actors.
Yeah, he's a villager in Ghost of Frankenstein and in The Invisible Man as well.
I love James Whale's The Invisible Man.
Yes.
Right, Queenie. I've a feeling you'll probably catch me for a loop, but Queenie, what Hammer or what fucking Universal horror movie would you like to remake, and how would you make a gothic, and who would you cast?
Probably the werewolf, the Wolfman, because like.
Oh my god, I'm shocked.
They remade. I know, right? Holy shit! Am I saying the same things I always say? Yeah, but they remade it, but they had so much CGI when they remade it, and it just kind of annoyed the shit out of me. But it had some great stuff to it. If we could just take like the good stuff from that and make it more gothic, I would be happy.
Would you have Del Toro as Talbot, or
yes?
You came up with a good idea before. You wanted to do a gender swapped kind of like
that would have
man.
been cool. Yeah, instead it's Wolf Woman. Yeah, hell yeah.
Like a gothic horror. Would you do kind of a gothic version of Ginger Snaps, or would you try and just you just emulate the original story with a female character?
Maybe just like kind of do like a tribute to the original story, so it kind of blurs the line.
And like, would you take advantage of like how? Okay, when would you set it? Would you set it in Victorian times or?
It is a story that's kind of set for that, but
okay. So
it doesn't have to be.
Would you play on the fact that while she's a woman, she's at a disadvantage in this society, but she kind of embraces the fact that she can rip a fucking man's head off with a bare hand?
Oh yeah, like she'd probably be very conflicted because she tries to be a proper lady, but she's not. She's beyond that now.
Any cast? Would you cast anyone in particular?
It would really depend on like when I was making the film. Who was around.
Would you Eva Green?
I would have Ava Green.
Right.
Yeah. Hell yeah, I'd have Ava Green. She's fucking hot as hell, and she's amazing and scary, and I love it.
Wait, I have to wait for a second. Sorry. Are we making the Wolfman a female in this one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
I want garlic fries, yes.
I'm down with that.
And again, with Mark's question, you already answered it, but you said either or. But if someone like put a gun with a silver bullet to your head, they like someone said quadrupedal or bipedal, which are you gonna go with? I think Ben might be kind of like in a heated session, so.
Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt anybody, but what you're saying, I did think I do want to do the Frankenstein story with Victor kind of becoming, when he's out to stop the monster, I kind of want him to go too far and become the monster. Himself.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, he is the monster of the story. He is the monster.
He is the monster.
Yeah,
agreed.
I wanted to be clear.
Yeah, the monster only becomes the monster because of what Victor does to him and pushes.
Yeah, he neglects him. Queenie, so like if I had to put a gun with a silver bullet to your head, would you go with bipedal or quadrupedal?
Ooh, I like both. I really can't decide. Like it really.
Okay.
Sometimes I like when they can just do all of it.
If it had something like a simian movement, where if it wanted to go really fast, it would go down on its forearms, but if it was
Right.
stalking, it would go down on its. It'd be able to
Yeah.
go bipedal.
Yeah, now you're getting it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Different moods for different occasions, you know?
Okay. So, last person, Ethel. If you had to do a universal classic and make it gothic, who would you cast? When would you set it? And would you put your own kind of twist on it?
Yeah. I play by a more free set of rules, so I'm thinking the least gothic-y one out of the whole series. I'm going to pick Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Nice.
Oh, that's kind of gothic. I think
Like,
it is. But...
you're in the Amazon, so it's not quite as gothic-y, but I feel like you could move that story from the Amazon inland a little bit to where there's more civilization and still keep the elements.
Yeah.
I suppose Shape of Water kind of dipped its not only its toe, its fucking elbows, fucking and knees and that fucking water. Like, so, like, would you be going for that kind of aesthetic? Would you be going for the 50s kind of McCarthy era kind of story setting?
I'd be going for the straight up 50s. First off, I'd take it out of that era of the 1950s and I'd push it back further, maybe to Victorian era, maybe even to the 1800s. Even though it doesn't take place in America, it would still be neat to see the technology and the sensibilities of the 1800s in that kind of Amazon setting where they're trying to catch this beast, and it's like that primitive science you see in the older movies, you know, where it's that 1800s science, that wild, wild west kind of thing.
Would you do it? Would you do it like Predator? Would you have like these fucking badly armed explorers being picked off one by one by this bipedal fucking monstrosity? And yeah, again, it's a water. The creature is definitely an amphibious thing. But would you have it like stalking the trees, or would you mainly keep it to like the riverside and the riverbed?
I think it would do both. Like, you'd start off with the movie, you'd have them getting on the rickety ship and going to the Amazon exploration. Maybe they know about the monster, maybe they discover it after the fact.
I love you.
You know, and then
keep that in mind because I'm trying to remind myself how
it stalks them. They get it on the it's stalking them through the forests. You know, maybe they find an old cemetery. It stalks them through there. You know.
Cool. Any idea who you might cast?
Yeah. I'd cast Hugh Laurie. I think that'd be an interesting choice.
Cool.
Ooh.
Nice.
And any kind of damsel, the one of the old holdouts from the kind of the Universal thing, Universal monster movies is who was that fantastic actress who was in The Creature from the Black Lagoon? She was
Julia Adams.
Julia Adams, right? She was a damsel in distress, but she was kind of also the start of the 50s monster heroine who's like, you know, she was a scientist as well. She wasn't just some fucking chick who's just screaming the whole time. She helped them solve the problem and the situation. And that's like, who would you cast in the Julie Adams role?
See, that'd be tough for me because all the actresses I can think of are all way too old for the part at this point in time. So it's like, I'd have to go with like, okay, were we making this in the 90s? Because now I know who I can.
You know what? I'll give you a caveat. One, say that you made it in the 90s. What's like say you made it the same time as Coppola and Branagh's fucking Dracula and Frankenstein.
Oh man,
I'll give you that caveat.
I'm gonna have to come back to this one because that's a long list of people I'd have to think about.
I would just, if it was me, making the Creature from the Black Lagoon for my damsel in distress, gotta go with Catherine Isabel.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I guess
Well, she's proven her one. She's proven in the horror genre.
Yeah, Mark, I'm with you on that because Catherine Isabel is like, it's like someone abducted a 70s good hammer actress and brought her into the fucking present day because she has that kind of femme fatale quality. Obviously with Ginger Snaps, American Mary, even the Saskia sisters' terrible fucking sequel to See No Evil. There is something sultry but also fucking clever about her.
Yeah.
Oh, I was watching the Carrie remake last night, the 2002 one, and she's like a fucking animated character. I didn't finish the movie, but she's like a animated character as interacting. She feels like
In
a
what
character
movie?
in a cartoon.
What,
Huh?
Trenchy? What movie?
The Carrie 2002 remake with Angela Bettis, and it has a lot of Emile D. Raven. I'm trying to think of other actors that are in it.
Oh yeah, I keep on forgetting about that. Sorry, Ethel. Going back to Ethel.
I know who I'd cast. I figured it out. I just
Yeah.
thought of it. I'd cast Julie Benz.
Oh, from Buffy.
I would cast Julie Benz.
Buffy Dexter.
From Angel.
Yeah, and from Punisher, Warzone. She was in that too, I believe.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely cast Julie Benz. She could do it. She could do it.
Andrew, you got your hand up, dude. What's?
I've got to go now. It's dinner time.
No, that's okay. I probably might be around for another hour if you want to hop back on. If you want, if you can't, that's totally. But you're always welcome here, dude.
All right, we'll see what happens. But
Thanks a million. Yeah, thanks a million for hopping on, dude. Okay.
my pleasure. This was everything I love talking about.
Okay. Take care, dude.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Adios.
Yeah, so Andrew's gone for his dinner. He may or may not be back. If there's one more spot left, so if anyone wants to fucking pop on, I'm gonna leave a little linkaroo there. And yeah. I would love to do a remake of James Whale's The Invisible Man.
Yes.
I enjoyed the newer one, but it was just too flashy for my liking. I would do it like a like an MCU movie set in Victorian England, but the only problem is there's no superhero. It's just a fucking supervillain going around fucking causing all. Because that's what I always found. The James Whale fucking Invisible Man. He like you start from stealing bicycles to causing fucking mass rail disasters. I just like that how he starts fucking small and then works his way up. Come here, does anyone else want to bomb on there? Because I have a link left and you're more than welcome to fucking jump on. The more the merrier. Again, Zaz, if you're still there, you're more than welcome to jump on. Yeah, no, so yeah, for me, I definitely would like to do a remake of Invisible Man in Victorian London and just maybe have him trying to assassinate the fucking crown, try and fucking kill Queen Victoria or some fucking crazy shit like that. And just it escalates. The dude's gone mad. Like the Scotland Yard puts a bounty out on him, and he's like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna tear apart the entire system." So yeah, that's kind of like my thoughts for a remake of a Universal horror movie.
That's my favorite. One of my favorites of the Universal monsters. I want to ask: would you go like make him like? Would you try to do a sympathetic spin on him, or would you just go like the original and make him like so batshit crazy you just love him?
I think I would make him absolutely fucking bonkers. Now he is sympathetic at the start for a brief part, but my way would be that this guy is an anarchist who thinks the entire kind of the monarchy and everything is stopping progression, stopping scientific progression. and I think I would cast the voice of Tom Hardy.
Oh,
Particularly, yeah,
interesting.
with his Alfie Solomon's voice, just you fucking cunt, I'll fucking kill you, that kind of thing, real kind of tug. Like again, I don't think I'd have him as a scientist. I would probably have had him as a soldier who was like arrested. He maybe a soldier from the Boer War or the Territories War, and he just feels that like England has gone to shit, and that's what I do. I'd either have him as a scientist who thinks the monarchy is preventing scientific advancement, or have him as a soldier who's experimented on, and he just feels that he was hard done by England.
Nice.
That's what
I got a
makes the
question.
man so great. Is his descent into madness?
Yeah, I
have a question. Oh,
again,
I'm sorry, Mark. You can go.
go on, Mark. Sorry.
Go ahead, Trinchi.
Oh, I was gonna ask a question. I'm sorry. This is one of my favorite Universal Monster movies. Who would you have play him in the wrappings when he's wearing the coat and he's got the wrapping on his head? Who would you have be the physical actor?
I suppose Hardy would be too big.
I would
You
get
could-
someone very animated, because that's the fun part about the Invisible Man is he's very, very moving. He moves a lot, and it's fun to watch.
Yeah, I see the other actor I was going for, and it's another Peaky Blinders actor, is Cillian Murphy. But my thoughts would be to have Cillian Murphy as Dracula.
Interesting.
Cillian Murphy as Dracula. I had a story. I don't know if you guys know this. Trenchie, you know this. I do comics, and one of my comics, the first comics I done, was about an Irish vampire called Nestor, and the backstory to him was basically he was hunting one night, and he bit this guy who was pissed drunk, and as a result he got drunk, so he ends up stumbling into a bar, and he sits down next to this playwright who's like really upset because his fucking last play is gone to shit. So your man tries to cheer him up and tells him all the stories of his life. And of course, 2 weeks later, when he's sober and everything, after the alcoholic blood's gone out of his system, he finds out the guy he was sitting down next to was Bram Stoker. And the dude wrote the entire fucking story based on him, and he ends up threatening Stoker and gets a house out of it. He ends up getting Stoker's house in Ireland.
Wow.
That's funny.
But yeah, no. Guys, okay, I'm gonna switch gears. TV shows that aren't horror or not necessarily even special Halloween episodes. TV shows, be they science fiction or drama or kind of more serious kind of stuff, that have like one really good horror episode in them.
Oh shit. One really good.
Okay, I'll give you another caveat. It can be a Halloween special, but if you could hold off. For example, is in Family Matters, is the Stevel episode a Halloween special or is it just a regular episode? It's
That's
a
a
Halloween.
Halloween.
It's still a creepy episode. And you know, I'll give another caveat. You can include cartoons, animated kind of cartoons or kids shows. But not Goose. I'm going to put one stipulation with that though. Can't be any episodes of Goosebumps or Are You Afraid of the Dark? Has
Or
to be
Courage.
that's usually just a regular show that has like maybe a Halloween special or just a scary episode. Even things like Star Trek. Sorry, Ethel?
I could actually think of a couple. The Highlander series. They did a couple episodes that were very horror movie-esque. They did one with Mary Shelley in it, where they sort of did this telling of the Frankenstein story that was inspired by the Immortal. And then there was this other one where they sort of did the Hunchback of Notre Dame, where there was a guy, where there was sort of a mentally challenged immortal living in a cathedral who was harassing this opera singer. So they did a
cool.
couple horror ones.
Mark, any TV shows you can think of that had a really good horror episode or horror-centric episode? Again, they can't be horror themselves. They have to be just a standard kind of TV show that has like maybe one or two kind of scary horror episodes. Do you want me to circle back to you? Give you a chance to think?
No. I don't remember the episode, but Star Trek had a couple episodes where they had some very horror-centric themes in that.
Would that be TNG or the original series or
No, the
DS9?
original
Actually, a
series.
lot of them had, like, even fucking for Enterprise had a zombie episode where fucking T'Pol finds her old ship and all the Vulcans on board have turned into zombies and they're trying to eat them. I don't know if you saw that episode.
Don't recall it, but it's been years since I watched Enterprise.
But any Star Trek, any episode of Star Trek you can think of that had like a really kind of horror-centric episode that springs to mind for you?
In one episode of Star Trek, they did a Jack the Ripper whole episode.
Ethel loves that episode, actually.
Wolf in the Fold.
That's a good episode. I'm not going to include the time that Beverly Crusher fell in love with a corporeal ghost that was shagging her grandmother. I'm going to skip that one. Oh,
How about the episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation where the aliens from the other dimension were abducting people in their sleep and like performing experiments, cutting off their arms, and nobody could remember. And then they had that creepy scene in the holodeck where they recreate the chair and the clicking noise.
Didn't they find out Riker's arm was actually shorter because he'd been fucking? They'd reattached his arm, but it was shorter because they didn't reattach it perfectly.
Yeah, they severed his arm and then surgically reattached it for whatever reason. I don't know why they couldn't just take X-rays and advance alien species, but hey, they do what they do.
Trenchy, any TV shows that you remember growing up that had like a scary kind of horror element or kind of one-off horror episode? Or
I do got one. I know there was quite a few horror episodes from this, but it was not a horror show. Doctor Who, Don't Blink. That was one of.
Yeah.
There we go.
I completely forgot. Anything with the fucking Weeping Angels, or even the older episodes, there was some very fucking creepy episodes of Doctor Who.
Mm-hmm.
What about the Pit with the devil in it?
Yeah.
Yes, I love the Pit. That's kind of like a slasher. It was like a supernatural slasher thing kind of going on with that episode a little bit.
Yeah, there was also bits like with Alien, even fucking Danny Webb from Alien 3. There's a bit with Yude chasing them through the vents. And the cool thing I liked, I don't know if anyone noticed this, the noise the door made was the same noise from the original Doom game.
Oh, shit.
When the doors opened and closed, that's the same noise from the Doom game. And Danny Webb, the guy who kind of holds off the Yude and lets himself suffocate, he was Morse in Alien 3. So there was very much an Alien kind of vibe to that episode.
Yeah, I also liked the episode. I know nobody really likes this one where they watch I think they're watching the TV and they lose their face. I always found that very creepy.
Yeah, the Wire. That one's cool. That one. Basically they get their soul kind of sucked into their face, and it's. I think your one used to be a children's host, a real life children's host in the 60s.
I thought that was called the Idiot's Lantern. Am I getting my mixed up?
Ethel, it was a two-parter. You're right. The first part was the Idiot Lantern. The second part was the Wire, or it could have been vice versa. But I do remember it was a two-parter. Queenie, is there any kind of like regular shows that had kind of creepy or scary episodes you remember growing up, or even recently that you watched?
I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well. I need to go.
That's okay. Hey,
Yeah.
I just want to tell you, you're a fucking legend for turning up. As
Thank
always,
you. You're a
awesome.
legend too.
And it's great to have you. And thanks a million for popping in.
No problem. Thanks for having me, guys.
And one
Thank
other thing, Queenie, you are always welcome on any of my fucking streams. If I'm having a stream and you're not on it, you see I'm on it, go, hey, fuckhead, fucking make this. So yeah, okay?
Okay, I will.
Okay, mind
Bye,
yourself.
guys.
Bye, Queenie.
Adios.
Stay safe.
Trying to think any other kind of maybe the topic's a bit niche, but is there any other kind of even cartoons or scary episodes of kids shows or? Okay,
I gotta bring up
I'll give
Doctor
you
Who
another.
again.
I'll give you another caveat. You can include Goosebumps and Are You Afraid of the Dark, but it has to be ones that were genuinely scary or disconcerting.
Okay, I got one for the R.L. Stein's Haunting Hour. It's the Scarecrow episode where it's literally the apocalypse.
What,
It involves,
like scarecrows are coming to life?
no, there's like this girl buys the Scarecrow, and the Scarecrow is moving and stuff, and you think it'd be a regular Scarecrow thing, but at the end, you find out people are disappearing, and this dude was the Scarecrow, and he's like, yeah, he's like, I'm the bringer of the apocalypse. This is the end of the world.
Wait,
Either
he's turning
you
people
join
into
me,
scarecrows.
yeah, but he's a Scarecrow, and he has a human form as well. And they play this poem called "The Straw Men" or something. It's amazing. You got to look it up. It's really good. And there's two endings. One where he becomes a scarecrow along with the man and accepts his fate as at the end of the world, or two where he rejects it and he burns the scarecrow and he goes on to live a lonely life as like one of the last humans at the end of the world. This was aimed towards teenagers and young adults and young kids. It's really good.
This might be weird if people in the UK might know it better. There's a TV show with Sean Bean called Sharp, and it's set during the Napoleonic War, and a bunch of conquistadors who believed they're descendants of the Aztecs try to sacrifice the Duke of Wellington's niece to a fucking voodoo god. It is the weirdest fucking thing, but yeah, they're about to cut her heart out, and Sharp has to like blow the fucking dude's head off with a musket. I don't know. I just thought I'd throw that in there. It's weird because the whole thing is very much kind of a kind of very boys' own action kind of war series, and then you've this episode with a group of fucking cultist fucking Aztec descendants. It came out of nowhere, but I thought it was creepy.
I could think of a few children's shows that have really scary themes and graphic violence. If any of you are familiar with the Super Sentai series from Japan or Kamen Rider from Japan, especially Kamen Rider.
I know of Kamen Rider. I haven't watched.
You should
I haven't watched an episode, but like
one of the villains is essentially Dracula.
Really?
Yeah. And there's also a money kind of character called Ambassador Hell, who's real evil. And, people are dying all the time in the show, and there's blood and gore, and it's a children's show.
I remember there's a movie called Inframan with this guy who'd like shoot at shit and it'd blow up, and like there was a chick who had cone tits and then she turned into like this octopus one. It was fucking insane. It was like I remember watching it. I was like, did someone spike my fucking drink? I was just like, what the fuck?
Okay, I got another one. I just thought of. It's the episode. This is more of an adult show, but it's from The Flash, where he goes into the Speed Force and he starts seeing all the memories of the people that have died in his name and shit, and he starts thinking, I should have died. It's very horrific. And then you have the Black Flash in there, who's like a demon.
Oh yeah, it's like the Grim Reaper in fucking Flash form. and it
Yeah.
kills Reverse. It fucking destroys Reverse Flash, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he gets him at the end of Legends. He rips out his heart when he's holding the Spear of Destiny, and he dies again.
Any other kind of shows, Mark, that you think should be kind of like, you know, a bit creepy or a bit?
One show that I always, even though it was not to me, it didn't really creep me out, but I could see where some of today's generation would get creeped out by it. Ultraman.
Oh,
Maybe a little bit. I could see that a little bit.
I've never seen Ultraman, but like, is there any kind of scene or any bit? Like, is it like what Ethel was saying? Is it like over the top, gory and violent and stuff?
The newer one is, yeah. They made it. They did a newer one for Netflix, and they made it way over the top.
Oh shit!
All right, I gotta check it out.
It's kind of along the lines of what you would get in a Godzilla movie, but it was a kids show.
Right.
I remember there was an episode of Samurai Jack where if Jack made a sound, basically he'd be dead. There was these kind of weird fucking creatures they hunted by sound, and Jack had to go through a kind of cavern with these. They were kind of like they were weird kind of they were these tribe of kind of ninjas, but they were almost vampiric, and they were blind, and I thought that was a cool episode. Fuck it, actually, two really cool fucking horror centric episodes in an animated show that came out recently. Jendy Tartakovsky's Primal. The one I saw is awesome. There's this brontosaurus that gets a zombie virus that gets the equivalent of the rage virus and just fucking murders its entire herd and then decides to go after Spear and Fang. It is the most fucked up thing. I mean, like, you again, you'd expect something like a T-Rex or an Allosaurus, but this is a Brontosaurus. This is something that it's not usually carnivorous, but its size makes it so fucking dangerous as well. They can't stop it. Like, they drop rocks in it, they burn it. It's just too big to fucking stop, and they literally have to lure it into an active volcano. But if you get a chance, Plague of the Madness, yeah, check out Primal, the episode Plague of the Madness, and also Primal Blood Moon, where Spear and Fang get captured by these bat people, and they're offered as a sacrifice to a giant spider in a cave. I thought that was fucking awesome as well. Have any of you guys watched Primal?
No.
I seem to remember seeing it a few years ago. It's not brand new, right? It was on
Adult Swim. It was out in Adult Swim, and it came out in maybe 2018, and essentially it's a 5-part. It's very pulpy. It's very kind of Robert E. Howard and Edgar Rice Burroughs. This caveman teams up with a T-Rex, and it's just they're going on adventures, and like one of the episodes, as I said before, they're fighting these bat sapien creatures that is trying to sacrifice them to a giant spider, and there's a zombie brontosaurus, and there's another one where they end up killing the leader of a herd of mammoths, and they go after. It's a fucking awesome show, and if you get a chance, check it out.
I'll have to check it out. I was getting it confused with that British show Primeval, which I just realized.
No. Primeval is awesome, but this is Ginger Talk. This fucking show is gory as fuck. There's a bit where like a Spear, his family are killed by a Ceratosaurus. It's like an Allosaurus with a horn in its nose, and like fucking Spear just pulls off its horn and just repeatedly stabs it in the fucking eye. And it's screaming in pain. It's a fucking awesome show. Actually, I'll try and find a clip, and I'll send it to you.
You just reminded me of one too. The '90s Spider-Man cartoon. Now, it never really had a single episode that was like horrific, but it had horror elements spread throughout, with like Alistair Smythe becoming like this Frankenstein monster thing, and yeah, the
The episode
lizard.
of the vampires and what was happening in Morbius
Yeah,
was
Morbius.
They had
Yes.
Blade in it, and Tombstone was in there.
Yeah, Tombstone was actually creepy in that show, kind of.
I just remember thinking he was so badass. I'm like, oh wow.
Yeah, no, that's probably one of the best versions of Tombstone. They actually got him right there, and I love
This is
his connection
what I
with
like about
Robbie.
that series.
Yeah, I love that series. That was like my introduction to Spider-Man because they would play reruns all the time.
And the voice casting for that is pretty good too. The guy they got to do the voice for Spider-Man is great. I've seen him in another movie. He played a college student in it's not Young Frankenstein. It's like Frankenstein Goes to College or something. I can barely remember it. But
That sounds
he was
awesome.
in that. But he was real good in that. I'm trying to remember the name of that film.
That dude, he also voiced the Prince and the Little Mermaid. Christopher Daniel Barnes. But yeah, the voice cast in that was amazing. I love who they got the voice Kingpin. That dude did the perfect Kingpin voice.
Oh yeah, he was in a bunch of stuff too. He was in an episode of I want to say Sequest, but I might be misremembering that.
You might be right. Roscoe Lee Brown is the voice. If I got it right, is the voice of the guy that voiced Kingpin in that series.
Yeah, he's sort of a stocky black bald guy, or balding, gray hair.
Yeah, I've never seen him in anything, but I just remember his voice from that show.
I must be misremembering it. It must be Sequest. It's got to be something else. I'm just confusing it.
Actually, guys, what was your favorite episodes of the old Spider-Man and X-Men show, or favorite kind of storylines and stuff that those shows did? Our favorite characters that they did. Mark, did you watch those old shows back in the day?
Oh yeah. My favorite episode of Spider-Man is probably where Spider-Man gets the 6 arms and goes to. It's the crossover episode with the X-Men where Spider-Man goes to Professor Xavier asking him for a cure.
Yeah, because he's mutating and he doesn't realize his mutation isn't natural. That was a good one, and that had a cool follow up, because when he turned into the Man Spider, he went on a rampage, and it was up to, I think, Punisher and Craven the Hunter to get him down, and Craven was like, "How were you able to track him?" And Frank was like, "Oh, it's the dust. This is the site of the what was the bombing? The fucking, oh Christ, the World Trade Center bombing, not 9/11, but there was another bombing in the World Trade Center. Yeah, and Frank was able to track him down. Like, I like that. I like the fact that they pointed out Frank had like military knowledge and stuff. Like, they didn't make them. They weren't the most deep characters, but they were fairly well fleshed out as well. Like, you know.
Oh, I think for a show that was very you know, the at the time they didn't want a lot of violence in it, and there was only one punch apparently thrown in that series, which I think is false. I've been rewatching them, but
I remember laughing because in that show, all the cops had laser guns, and then you watch back the animated series, and the cops actually had working fucking proper guns.
Yeah, but dude, I love how they did Punisher in it, because they do him good. They do a good version of the Punisher.
Yeah, he does genuinely try to kill the bad guys, but they're usually fall out a window into like a pile of cardboard boxes or a dumpster or some fucking thing like that.
Yeah. But my favorite episode, I'm rewatching the series, so I don't know if this would stick, but the little Daredevil saga where Peter's being framed by the Kingpin, and I love that ending when they're both running at each other. Daredevil and Kingpin meet each other, and they have those flashbacks of both saying "father." No, and you see the flashback of Daredevil's. I think Daredevil's father getting killed and Kingpin being left by his father, and I just love how they did that. It was awesome.
Yeah, they done a good job. It wasn't up to snuff of Batman the Animated Series, but it was
No,
still really well constructed and had some really good story arcs. Like and again, you had certain elements that made their way into the Marvel movies. That the characters that have the same kind of sense of humor and stuff. Like which I think in earlier productions really didn't work. But again, sorry, deviating, guys. Is there anything you want to talk about? Did the Halloween Kills trailer come out, or is that out tonight?
I think it came out, but I don't know. I didn't watch it.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find it. And
Here's my one thing for Halloween Kills to be successful. For me, and this is just my personal thing. If they don't kill off one of those Strode women in Halloween Kills or Halloween Ends, that series is gonna be done for. We've had Jamie Lee Curtis for 40 years fighting Michael Myers. Put it to bed.
Well, I kind of feel I feel the same way about Scream, and not that I want the characters of Scream to die. I just don't want there to be another Scream movie because I think Scream 4 ended it perfectly, and I kind of like that those characters survived all of that, and I don't want Scream 5 to go and either kill them off or fucking do something stupid and make one of them the killers. I think Scream 4 ended the series perfectly. But I agree, it does get ridiculous after a while.
Now, see, if I was directing Scream 5, Kirby would be my killer. From
Oh,
Scream 4.
Kirby?
Because she never
Kirby
died.
survived, right?
Never
They said
her die. She just gets stabbed.
Yeah.
So she could easily survive, and with all her horror knowledge, she could be your killer in Scream 5.
That would be interesting because we felt sympathetic for her in the fourth one. That would be it. That's actually really smart, Mark. I like that.
Question for you guys: have you seen the Sputnik trailer?
Watched it last night.
Thank you. Sputnik.
I watched Sputnik last night.
I'm actually looking at a tweet about it right now. I'm seeing some pictures. It looks pretty cool.
It's pretty badass. I had something spoiled for me, but I'm still looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to Peninsula. I'm hoping. I think Peninsula. Ye fuckers are lucky over in the States. I think that's going straight to Shudder. I think Peninsula is going straight to Shudder when it gets its general release.
Huh.
What is Sputnik?
Sputnik, basically, it's set in the 80s, and this cosmonaut comes back, and he seems to have brought a parasitic alien with him.
Oh, that sounds cool. Sorry, my bad.
Why are you apologizing? It's your grant. Also, if anyone wants, I left a link to the clip of Primal that just shows how fucking awesome Jendy Tartakovsky does horror. I left it. It's just a clip of the Brontosaurus getting infected and how fucked up it is. Sputnik and Peninsula are. I'm looking forward to. Our cinema opened in town, but you could not fucking pay me to go to a movie theater at the moment. Like,
right.
What about you guys? What has to happen before you're kind of 100% comfortable with going to a movie theater?
For me to be comfortable,
yeah,
they have to make it a drive-in where I know I'm 6 feet away from everybody.
Okay. Ethel, what about you?
They have to put it back the way it was. I'm not afraid of getting the flu because I'm in perfect health and I could quite frankly survive it because there's a 98% survival rate. So I don't care. I would go now if it was normal.
But if they said, okay, you can go in, you have to sit in a skip row and you have to wear a mask, would you be okay with that?
No, I don't wear masks.
Okay. Trenchy, what would make you comfortable? What would make you comfortable with going back to the cinema?
I'm 100% with Ethel. Like, I really don't. If I get it, I get it. You know. If it's my turn to go, it's my turn to go. Fuck it. But
you're a young guy in perfect health, right?
I think I'm in decent health. I wouldn't say perfect health. I'm not the healthiest person alive, but I don't think I would die from it. I think it would be painful.
I wouldn't admonish or give people shit for not wearing a mask because I know that it would have problems with breathing and stuff. My worry would be not with myself, but if I would hate to make someone else sick. So
Yeah,
that's why I wear a mask.
Yeah,
Well, see,
I have to agree.
I look at it like this.
Myself.
I look at it like this. If other people are wearing masks because they're worried and the masks are in fact protecting people, which that's a whole different conversation, but I don't believe they protect you from anything.
I agree.
Ethel, I hope you don't think I'm trying to fucking call you out or anything. I always try and keep this kind of fun and but as you were saying, go on.
So like I always think of it like if everybody else is wearing a mask that's worried that they might get it or think their health is compromised and the masks protect you, then they're safe because they're wearing the mask.
Yeah.
So I shouldn't have to wear the mask because they're wearing the mask. That's sort of what I think. It's like a personal responsibility for your own health, not for everybody else's. I don't know if that makes sense logically, but
okay. Leaving the and then John's just jump on. Leaving the mask in, would you be okay with social distancing? Would you be okay with sitting in like isolated rows and stuff? Would you be okay with that?
I'd be fine with that.
I suppose.
You?
Yeah, cool. If it's a thing.
John, what's up? How you doing, dude?
Hey, what's up, man?
Do you want to chime in on the topic, or is there any new topic you want to throw, or what's your thoughts?
I wanna sub to Ethel because I like everything that she says about like we have the same type of mind frame about things. So I agree with her and Trench as well. So
excellent.
Again, guys, I'm from a different mindset, but I'm never going to tell someone they're wrong or anything like that. I do what you feel is right. I myself, because of my medical history and stuff, I will wear a mask. And I think in certain situations, if you're in a big department store and there's a shitload of people around, maybe wearing a mask is beneficial. But again, I think it's up to the person and just just to be careful because
you're fine, man. You know, do whatever makes you feel most comfortable.
Yeah,
you gotta wear a mask. Wear a mask.
If it makes you feel safer and it gives you a peace of mind, then there's nothing wrong with it as far as I'm concerned. I just don't agree with imposing rules on everybody else, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, my corner store don't give a fuck. My corner store, you can walk in without a mask. They don't. Other stores, fuck you.
Yeah, there's a couple places like that here, and those are the only places I've been going. I'm just like, yeah, cool. Can we act normal? Sweet. Oh, you guys are doing the mask thing? Cool. Whatever.
What was I going to say to you again? I'm going to try and steer the topic in a less kind of serious kind of fashion. And comic books, guys. What was the last good comic you read? Ethel, well, regardless of how long ago, what was the last good or your favorite comic you've read? Doesn't have to, not just a character, favorite storyline or comic that you really enjoyed.
There was this really good run of Venom way back in the 90s. It was, I think it might have been the first run. It was like a 3-parter where he was in San Francisco, and he's just sort of kind of picking his life up and trying to turn things around. And he meets this girl.
Lethal Protector.
Huh?
Lethal Protector with the people that live underground.
No.
Oh, no. My bad.
I can't remember. You know, I have it downstairs on the shelf. I could always go get it. But, in fact, I might do that. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
just what you said reminded me so much of Lethal Protector, where he's like trying to become the good guy, and you have the people living in the underground city.
Mm.
Because the rich dude's buying him out, and then Spider-Man gets involved, and even he's like, "Oh shit, Venom's actually being pretty decent." You know, I'm gonna leave him alone.
Hello, Andrew.
What did I miss?
A topical conversation which I'm going to circumvent, because, as I said, I like kind of keeping it chill and I like keeping it fun. We were talking about comic books. Andrew, have you read any horror comics that you really enjoyed?
That's interesting. I started the original comic book version of Chilling Adventures of Sabrina a while back, which was really interesting and a lot darker than the show.
Yeah,
Oh,
again, like they kind of with the Archie spin-offs and stuff, they kind of wanted to cater for young kids romance, but they also said, "Fuck it, we'll do some kind of really fucking out there horror." And I think the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina fucking kind of cornered the market in that. I read a couple of them myself.
There's all kinds of great homages in that, the comic and the show. Lots of great classic horror homages.
Do you like the show, Martin?
Oh yeah, I love the show. It's a little silly, but I enjoyed it, and I'm sad it's apparently getting canceled because they were just getting the Lovecraft stuff.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
I like
they
that.
just revealed the big elder god stuff, and I was looking forward
How
to that.
the fuck is Riverdale still going and fucking Sabrina gets canceled?
I don't know, because people are stupid and like Riverdale better. I don't know why.
I like Riverdale, but damn, Sabrina's obviously the better show, and I know they're like, it turned into Riverdale, and I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? Sabrina's actually good. Riverdale is so bad it's good.
What was John? While we're waiting for Ethel to come back, any good comic runs you read there that you really enjoyed?
I mean, the last one, I can't. This is going back a little bit now, but there was a DC run of, I think it was called Trinity. It was mostly based on Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, and like what happens if they weren't around type of shit. And I believe like there was also a run where Batman went back to his past, and he became his ancestors and stuff. So I forgot what that one was called, but those two.
Have you read Bat Metal?
Bat Metal?
Yeah.
No. Is it Batman based or what?
Yeah, it essentially basically a hybrid between Batman and the Joker, travels from universe to universe and is killing all the DC universes. And Batman has to go to another universe to get the White Knight. Andrew, I think you'll enjoy this. The White Knight is essentially the Joker if he was a superhero. So Batman has to bring the Joker from his universe to that universe because it's the only way they can stop him. But because he brings the Joker from his universe, the Joker's White Knight universe to his universe, he starts reverting back to the Joker. And it basically they do stop the Bat who laughs, as they call him. And it's just Joker. The Joker ends up eviscerating the Bat who laughs. And the Batman turns around to him and he goes, "What the fuck have I done? I brought you here." And he goes, "Well, we're buddies now." And Batman's like, "You do not say a word of this to anyone. What? No tweets? No Instagram? No nothing? Come on, we're buds now. We're buds. And it's like, it's awesome because the fact Batman realized the only way he can beat this thing is with the Joker's help, and he has to go to a universe and get the Joker, a Joker that is the hero of his universe. It's a fucking awesome run. There's also they also done a cool one where Andrew's gonna love this as well. Darkseid becomes infected by the bat who laughs, but Darkseid controls everyone through a fucking satanic drum kit. So Batman has to go and get Superman, who is an electronic metal bass player, to defeat him. Fucking insane. I gotta send you the picture. But basically they have a fucking rock off between fucking the Bat Who Laughs and a Doomsday fucking Superman playing an electronic guitar. It's fucking insane.
That's beautiful.
I gotta try and show you the pictures actually, hang on.
All right.
But Ethel, give us a look at the comic anyway. Did you find the one you were looking for?
All right. Sadly, I couldn't find it because I've got like 400 comics I had to look through, and they're poorly organized, let me tell you. I thought I had it much better than that, but apparently not. However, when I was flipping through it, even though I couldn't find the 3 issues I was looking for, I was reminded of that great crossover where they had the Marvel Zombies meet Army of Darkness. I was also reminded of how much I enjoyed the Thunderbolts, where it leads into the whole Dark Avengers saga with Norman Osborn as the leader. So I came back with that because I couldn't find comics.
Yeah, those are both good runs on those right there.
Marty, what you were saying about what was it where he meets the White Knight, sort of the good version of the Joker?
Of the Joker. There's an entire run of that where the Joker actually gets cured in his universe, and there's a really nice bit where you find out there's 2 Harley Quinns, but the original Harley Quinn, his original girlfriend, actually apologizes to him. It's fucking amazing. Basically, the Joker's like, I'm so sorry, Harley. She goes, yeah, you should be. You treated me like shit. But I was your doctor, and I should have paid more attention, and I should have looked after you better. It's fucking awesome. He's actually, the Joker is probably the best. In this universe, he actually has to stop Batman because Batman becomes obsessed with trying to stop. I don't know, I'll try and find a picture of it. Have any of you guys read Joker White Knight?
Oh, but that's awesome. Oh, so you're saying that in the Bat Who Laughs saga, you're saying that Joker like becomes evil again, pretty much becomes the regular Joker.
He has to. Batman realizes he has to because he needs an undiluted Joker to fucking stop the Bat Who Laughs.
So he. Oh, that's interesting. So Batman literally has to do the worst thing he can do to a person for the greater good, pretty much. Damn.
I love that cover. I love just how suave Jack, as he calls himself, because Jack Napier, that's what he looks like when he is. I don't know. Can you see that, guys?
Can you make it big? Can you go full screen?
Yeah. Can you see it now?
I don't see it.
It's hard.
No, it's so small on my screen.
Oh wait, no. I pressed the wrong fucking thing. Yes, if I had brains, I'd be fucking dangerous. Sorry, guys. Now can you see it?
Oh yeah.
I just like how suave and I particularly like the Bat Who Laughs design. I don't know if you've seen that one.
I think I've seen it. I think
I think the Bat Who Laughs. I just didn't know what he was about.
It's basically what if Batman became infected with Joker. Basically, there's just I'd say basically a lot. Jesus fuck.
There he is. Over on the right. Bottom right hand corner. And the Funko Pop.
Actually, this one's better. This one's better because he's got his fucking Gimp Robins as dogs.
What?
Loading. No, I just wanted the image. Yeah, basically Robin. He's got a bunch of Robins like dogs. They're his Gimps. Fuck,
It's almost
small.
The complications of getting the picture. You know, sometimes you can never get them the way you want them. Like, this is a badass picture, but it's so far away.
Come on. No, I didn't want to go into Amazon. Oh, fuck it, guys. I'll show you another time. But yeah, no, it's a cool run, and it's I like the fact that Superman has to have Darkseid's arm to play this fucking it's a guitar that can destroy the universe if you play it wrong. I love that fucking.
Oh shit.
Did you ever watch Batman the Brave and the Bold, the kids Batman series?
That was a great show, and it was very tongue in cheek, but it got serious as well.
Yeah, they did an episode that was sort of an alternate universe thing where Batman meets a heroic version of the Joker, but it's Red Hood.
Oh yeah, there's been stories like that.
I've heard of that.
Like, again, the thing with the Joker is, as a friend of mine who's a big comic book fan, he says Batman and the Joker is the most tragic romance he's ever fucking read. The Joker, like he's fucking horny for Harley, but he absolutely wants to fuck Batman. There's no way other way about it. He's like he's his best friend, and he's like he's forbidden lover all rolled into fucking one, and that's the thing that drives Batman mad.
The other thing about Breaking the Bold, they did a musical episode, and it's amazing.
Oh, okay. Actually, guys, Antro, you're a legend. You just gave me an idea. Favorite musical episodes of TV shows. I'm going to start with Shut Up and Dance from Buffy.
Nice.
Is there any other TV shows that had musical episodes that you absolutely adore?
Xena had a great one.
I've never seen that one. Like, and Lucy Lawless can fucking sing. She's a pipe star. She can fucking sing.
It was the one where they were in hell essentially, and they were trying to get into heaven or something like that. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, it was a really good musical as far as that goes.
John, is there any kind of musical episode of a TV show that you really enjoyed?
No, there's only one musical that comes to mind in my entire life that I actually liked, and that was Sweeney Todd. And that was basically
one to like.
Huh?
Yeah, that's a good musical to like if you got to pick one.
Yeah, it's hard. It's horror element. You know, it is. It's just like I'm not a big musical person, but like that one got caught my attention basically.
I remember I was babysitting, and my aunt and uncle had the channels, and there's a channel called Bravo, and I turned it on, and fucking this thing called Cop Rock came on.
I was about to mention that.
It was like Hill Street Blues, but everyone fucking sang.
Yeah, they just
like
broke that
serious cop, police procedural, but everyone was singing, and I was like,
"Yep." Sadly, I remember that shit.
Like, I thought maybe my aunt and uncle's house had a gas leak or something, and I was fucking hallucinating. No, this is a real fucking show. Mark, do you remember that show, or am I fucking imagining things? Or
Where'd Trenchy
No,
go?
I remember it.
It's real. It was real. It was a real thing.
It was a real show.
Oh, he'll come back. I'll get him back if needs be. He probably didn't like that we were talking about musicals.
Oh, he loves musicals. He adores musicals.
No, I love musicals.
Cheetah said Scrubs. Ben said the Drew Carey had a Rocky Horror Picture episode. Actually, fun fact: the backstory to Buffy, basically people dance themselves to death. That actually happened. That happened in medieval times. There was a plague where people actually danced themselves to death.
Shit.
I'm not fucking joking.
Do you know how that episode came about?
How?
Joss was hanging out with some of the cast, and they were sort of doing karaoke or watching a musical. I forget which one, because this is off a commentary I heard a few years ago. But he realized everyone had a really great voice, and he's like, well, why don't we do a musical episode? So the next time they went in the writer's room with the writers, they started writing a musical.
Anthony Head though is fucking brilliant. He's
man style.
I love
that's why
the
that's
genetic.
fucking awesome in Repo.
Yeah. I've really been trying to learn to sing Legal Assassin right now, and it's freaking hard. It is hard to reach that belting register he does. He makes it sound so easy. It's not easy. My voice breaks.
I'm trying to think. There isn't many other ones. Someone told me MASH had a musical episode, but I can't think.
I don't remember that.
Me either.
I watched a lot of MASH. I don't remember a musical in MASH.
It's probably bullshit. So Ethel.
It could be though. It's possible. I
No.
don't think I've seen every single one.
There was a musical episode in MASH. Because I've been rewatching it on Hulu.
Okay, cool.
Trenchy.
Hey.
Have you any favorite musical episodes, dude?
Oh shit! I got like 3, man. I got 3 ones that I really enjoy.
Go for it.
I like the crossover between the Flash and Supergirl. That was a musical episode.
That's really cute. That bit where it's like, I'm your super friend. You can turn back time. Actually, I can't. I'm not allowed.
Yeah, it was. And then they also start singing. All the villains start singing. Put a little love in your heart. I was like, what the fuck? This is awesome.
But Trenchy, do you know why that is? Because Melissa Benoist and Grant Gustin both started in Glee before they started the shows.
Yeah, that was gonna be another one of my picks. I don't watch Glee a lot. I'm not a fan of Glee, but I really liked their Rocky Horror Picture Show episode. That was really good, man. That was a fun little rendition of the songs in there.
Someone tell me there's a musical episode of American Horror Story, or am I being delusional again?
I mean, if there isn't, there should be.
If there is, I haven't seen it.
There wasn't in the carnival one, the one with the circus freaks and shit. There wasn't one in that.
They sing a lot.
Actually, there was one. Oh, sorry, I have a hair in my throat. There was one. Jessica Lange. She breaks out in song, and all the inmates break out in song in the one in the asylum.
Yes, they had a couple. It wasn't a musical episode, but that was a great moment. They do the name song. Yeah, the name game. Yes.
I'm trying to think. Any other kind of things, TV shows, kind of TV tropes that you guys like, that you think like people should watch more of, that used to appear in the 90s that don't really appear anymore. Like obviously there's musical episodes, there's like flashback episodes. Remember when MacGyver would get knocked out and he'd go back to medieval times?
I just saw that 2 weekends ago.
Yeah. I fucking love MacGyver. John, you're gonna love this. My dad was visiting this woman. She bought a fucking horse off him, right? And she was sitting down in her house, and the house was shit. The only thing she had was her TV. She loved TV, and this woman was in her 80s, and she's watching MacGyver, and she turns to my dad and goes, "That MacGyver's great. He could make a bomb out of a hen shit." And my dad couldn't stop fucking laughing. That MacGyver's great. He could make a bomb out of a hen shit.
He really could, man. Give him a paper clip and a rubber band. He's good, man. So.
When he told me this, it was like I was getting visions of Marge's sisters, Patty and Selma. These old ones sitting down, enjoying MacGyver, getting themselves off the fucking MacGyver, Richard Dean Anderson. But yeah, and like, is there anything that used to happen in TV shows in the 90s that you never see happen now? Like you know, the kind of flashback episodes or silly stuff that you know was silly but you enjoyed.
You know what I kind of miss? And it's not really a trope, but it's a show. I kind of miss Time Tracks. Does anyone remember that one? I feel like that fell down the memory hole.
Which one?
Time Tracks.
Oh,
Time Tracks. I remember that.
Darian Lambert hunting criminals from the future and the past with his little car beeper and his credit card computer.
That sounds cool.
When did it come out, Ethel?
This was in the 90s. It was shown on, I believe it was the afternoon action pack. It was a double bill with Jackal.
oh.
I never seen that.
And then Jackal would come on, and then Highlander would come on after that.
Does anyone remember a TV show called Brimstone?
What is it?
No.
Brimstone. This dude, a cop, killed a guy for raping his wife, and Satan sends him back to Earth to catch. Ethel, how many convicts from hell was it? 13?
I think it was 13 or it was 15. I can't remember because it's been forever since I've seen that.
But one of the cool things was his car kept on fucking up on him. And then in the last episode, basically when you wanted to stop one of these criminals, you had to shoot him in the eyes because they were the windows to the soul. It turned out the car was possessed by one of these criminals, and that's why he kept on fucking up on him. So you had to shoot out the headlights. I love that. And your man from Smallville, who played Lex Luthor, what's his name?
Michael Rosenbaum.
No, sorry, Lionel. Sorry, Trenchy. Lionel Luthor.
Oh, my bad.
Ron Silver.
Ron Silver, probably.
Yeah, he's basically with the devil, and like their man would always, since he was brought back, he would have $32.50 in his pocket perpetually. So that no more, no less. I love that show.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good one. There was another.
It was an awesome show.
There was another series. It was short-lived. It had Chuck Connors from The Rifleman. It was called Werewolf. It was like on USA or one of these channels in the real early '90s, and it was short-lived. And it would come on like at night, and I think it was USA, maybe TNT around, and it was called Werewolf, and it was a good show. And they never went past the first season, I don't think, but it was good.
Again, it annoys me the amount of good shows that get cancelled. Andrew, is there any TV shows that you used to love back in the day when you were a kid that got cancelled, and you were like, why the fuck did they cancel that?
Oh God, I didn't have cable for the longest time when I was younger, so we would just watch things off of discs or off of later on Netflix. So I didn't usually regularly watch things on TV, so we would just kind of jump from show to show. So canceling stuff never really bothered me, but I watched a lot of stuff. So many things. I'm trying to think back to shows I liked because there are so many.
I'll wheel around to Trenchy and I'll come back to you. Trenchy, is there any kind of short-lived TV shows that you really enjoyed and you'd really like to see them kind of continue them or bring them back?
They did kind of bring it back, but not in the same way. I would like to see Constantine back on his own show again. I don't think that should have been canceled at all. I know people were like, "It wasn't dark enough." Well, fuck you. It was dark as they could do, and it was a good series, man. I think they captured Constantine well, and I love Legends of Tomorrow, and I love that he's on that show. But it's a little silly for Constantine. I would want to see Constantine be able to be Constantine again.
Like in the last DC animated movie, right, Trench?
Yeah.
Yes.
They got Matt Ryan. He's the voice of Constantine in all those movies now. I got the Dark Justice League DVD, and it's fucking awesome. And I love the design of Zatanna. Zatanna's fucking smoking in that movie.
Because I love Legends of Tomorrow, but it seems like Constantine, he's too good in that show. Like half of the shit, Constantine would have left. He would have got the fuck out of there. He betrays whoever he needs to betray. He is not a good person. Now he's not a villain either, but I think he's a little too goody-goody on that show. And I think Constantine did it after.
Who's playing Constantine's Western music?
That's not a bad song.
Let me think.
What is happening?
Who's in the fucking honky tonk?
It ain't John Steele, I can tell you that much.
What the hell?
Who is that?
I'll admit, that's not a bad song, though.
Were you country western
As far
maybe
as
tonight?
I was in a little bit of everything.
You really do, Mark. I've seen some of your musical references in the playlist you have. You listen to everything.
I do.
Mark, did you line dance? Be honest now. Did you ever line dance?
No. I was born with two left
Why
feet,
the
thank
fuck
God.
not?
Because I have two left feet and I fall flat on my face. As far as
guys,
short-term TV shows, the only thing I can miss that I missed that didn't really stick around long was Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends.
That's a good show.
yeah.
Mhm.
Do any
With
of you guys
Iceman
remember
and
TV
the
show
fire
called-
thing.
Sorry, Frenchy. Sorry, I cut across you.
Oh no, my bad, Martin. I was just asking if it was the one with the Iceman and the fire chick. I forget her name.
Yeah, Iceman and I love that show.
Do any of you guys remember a TV show called Space Above and Beyond?
Yeah, I do.
There would be no Battlestar Galactica or fucking Expanse, I think, if it wasn't for Space Above and Beyond, because they done such a good job of portraying the military in space. It was a fucking awesome show, and it was some of the writers behind the X-Files that were involved in it, so it was pretty cool. And actually, one of the writers wrote the remake of Black Christmas as well.
Remake of Black Christmas.
Yeah, he wrote.
Yeah,
you know, one of the writers for the X-Files.
Black Christmas.
Yeah.
Which remake? There's two.
Oh yeah, there's two.
Oh, the 90s, but not the 90s. The early 2000s one was Mary Elizabeth Winstead and Katie Cassidy and yeah.
Okay, big
Oh,
difference
Black
between that and the new one.
I love that movie.
Also, I came across a pilot. My housemate showed it to me, and my housemate is the guy who introduced me to Turkish Spider-Man versus Black Captain America. Crazy shit.
I tried watching some of that the other night.
He introduced me to him a pilot for a TV show where a cop dies, but his son wishes him back to life. So God sends him back to life in the form of a robot dinosaur. And when the kid's in danger, the dad turns into a monster truck dinosaur to fight crime. I'm not fucking joking.
This sounds like a companion piece to the Velocipaster.
No, honest to God, he literally gets sent. I'm gonna try and find a fucking title because it's pure fucking gold.
Another short-lived series I'd like to throw out there is Earth 2, and I'd also like to throw out She-Wolf of London. Short-lived, but not bad.
Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody remember those?
The
No.
She-Wolf one sounds familiar. The other one, no.
I want to see the She-Wolf of London, though. That sounds badass.
It's pretty good. I mean, it's not a masterpiece or anything, but it's fun. It's sort of like Buffy style, but more British.
Did you say She-Wolf of London?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was also the name of a Universal horror movie back in the day, but it turned out, spoiler alert, not to be a werewolf in the end.
Oh.
Yeah. The show, he is a werewolf.
That's good. I need to see the show.
It doesn't transform every episode. They like really pace it out because they stick to the rules of like, only on the full moon. And it's sort of a comedy where like she has to hide the fact that she's a werewolf, but there's a couple people that are in on it. But she's got to get chained in the basement once a month, and that's kind of hard to explain. So it's kind of funny.
Yeah. That sounds up my alley.
There's one scene in the pilot where she transforms for the first time, and she wakes up in a men's locker room naked, and she's got to sneak out of that, and it's kind of funny situation because they're like, "Oh, what's your name?" And she's like, "Oh, my name's Randy," which doesn't go over well in Britain because obviously.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go ahead and bring up the most famous one. I'm gonna bring up Firefly. I know that's kind of the generic answer, but why? Why did you cancel Firefly?
It didn't perform in the ratings because Fox kept switching its time slot around and aired it out of order.
They didn't air the episodes in order.
Oh, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Like, Brain Job was the first episode they aired rather than the pilot, which is kind of messed
up. Yeah, because I know that's like the most famous show when you say that and Freaks and Geeks. I don't understand why Freaks and Geeks got canceled. I'm not from that era, but I still love that show. I think that's a pretty decent depiction of just humans, of people.
I'm trying to find that fucking pilot. Fucking hell. Now, basically, the cop was killed in the fucking line of duty, and his son wants him back, so God sends him back in the body of this kind of robot dinosaur, and then he can turn into like a monster truck dinosaur that like fucking. It was the weirdest fucking.
I love that.
But I'm trying to think. Anything else? Any other TV shows worth watching? I'm glad they kind of gave Farscape a conclusion because that was an awesome show. Other sites.
I can't hear anyone. I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't hear anyone.
I can hear you.
We can hear you, Trenchy. If you can't hear us,
coming through loud and clear.
I'm gonna back out and come back in.
Okay.
One show I always liked was Serenity.
Oh, you mean Firefly?
Serenity, Firefly, it was the same show.
Well, Serenity was the movie. Firefly was the show. But yeah, it's the same, pretty much.
But yeah, as far as like horror musicals go, you gotta put Repo at the top.
Yep.
Then if I was gonna rank my favorite horror musicals, it'd go Repo, Sweeney Todd, and then Devil's Call.
What about Little Shop of Horrors? I know it's more of a comedy, but there is a giant plant eating people, and it is a musical.
Well, it's based on a Roger Corman movie. It's totally a horror comedy musical. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the original wasn't. The original wasn't a musical, though, right?
No, it wasn't.
Right.
But it was a horror comedy, and it featured an early Jack Nicholson as the masochistic mental patient, and it was beautiful.
He was in there for about 5 seconds, and they make the whole film like on the box art about Jack Nicholson. It's pretty funny.
Oh yeah, because that's what they can market now.
But I always like the plant. Eat me.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you guys.
Eat me.
Now I can.
Okay. I think maybe.
That shit was funny.
You remember?
More.
Do you remember a movie called not a movie, a show on TV called Sable? It was based off a comic book.
Yeah, it's based off of the character Sable.
Yes. You remember that? You remember that short-lived series on TV?
That was really short-lived. I feel like I saw one episode of that, and it was never on again.
Yeah, I remember seeing like it very briefly. It was very short-lived, and like it was a thing though. It's not like it's not like one of those things that we imagined because it was real.
Do you guys remember?
Yeah.
Do you guys remember kind of an English, German, Australian kind of co-production called Roar? It was kind of trying to capitalize on Xena, and it was basically a group of Celts, and Heath Ledger was like the main character in it, and Vera Farmiga was like his kind of love interest, who was an archer. It had one season. It was pretty cool, and there was this evil sorcerer that was trying to wipe him out, and it turned out the sorcerer was the centurion who stabbed Jesus, and as a result he couldn't be killed. It was fucking crazy. Roar. It was called Roar. I'll see if I can find a trailer for you.
You know what else was really
another one?
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
my bad. No, you go. You go.
Oh, all right. I'll go. Another one that was really short-lived that actually just turned into like a made-for-TV movie. Actually, I'm thinking of two. There was one starring David Hasselhoff, which was the Nick Fury TV pilot, made into a movie.
Yes.
John knows what I'm talking about. And there was another one. There's another one called Chameleon, which is lesser known. Where it's supposed to be this woman can turn invisible, and she has these special glasses. And that was supposed to be a series.
I think I've seen that
movie.
I remember seeing the Nick Fury David Hasselhoff pilot. And I was like, that's not right. David Hasselhoff is not Nick Fury.
It actually wasn't that bad. It was kind of funny.
Guys,
funny,
I'm popping the trailer for Roar down there.
all right.
Does anybody remember? Well, it's an older because I'm probably the oldest one here to be honest with you. But back in the 70s, you had like Kolchak, the Night Stalker. They tried to redo that with modern day.
Yeah.
I loved
every episode of
I
Kolchak.
loved how fucking gumshoe he was. I loved how gumshoe he was, and he was going after all these fucking pins.
Yep.
I still need to see the original movie, just the Night Stalker.
I feel like X-Files takes a lot of inspiration from some of that Kolchak feel. I don't know if that makes any sense, but
No, it does. It does.
Same vibe, for sure.
I feel like there's a lot of inspiration there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I don't think I've seen the Night Stalker. I'll have to check it out.
But I think Martin reminded me of that when he was talking about Brimstone. I remember that I remember that story. I wish they would have kept going with that too, that Brimstone, because there was a vampire one too. What the fuck was the name of it? It was a vampire one too. It seemed like it came out around at the same time, but it was like a sci-fi thing almost.
Was it Ultraviolet?
No.
Not the shitty movie with Mila Jovovich. There was a TV show. There was an English version that was connected to an American version, and they weren't remakes. They were actually set in the same universe. They were about basically vampirism was a disease, and they were trying to kind of lock all these people in warehouses. And,
this was one dude that fucking like was going around like he was a vampire. He was going around trying to, you know, kind of like almost like the Brimstone character, trying to self-salvation.
Forever Night?
What was it?
Forever Night?
Say it one more.
Was it Forever Night?
Yes. I think, yep, that was it.
I mean, what was that?
Where he's a cop and stuff, and he's
great show.
Do any of you guys remember a TV show with Jeffrey Dean Morgan where it was kind of like the X-Files? It was called The Burning Zone.
Yeah.
No.
They were kind of a branch of the CDC.
No,
and it turned
that's
out one of the diseases was sentient, and whoever it infected it controlled, and it was trying to drive across the United States.
just like the Intellant virus in Red Dwarf.
Yeah.
Yep.
One show I really liked that got canceled was Revolution.
Revolution.
Was that with Jamie Bell? Frenchy?
No, it's where all the power gets turned off. It had Billy Burke in it.
Oh yeah. And people they were shot. If you were caught with a gun, you were killed straight off. So everyone had like fucking crossbows and shit.
Yeah.
What's that movie?
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead, Trent.
Oh
sorry.
no, John, you can go. Oh no, I was just gonna say I really like the lead in it, the young girl. I think she was a good actress. But no, you can go, John.
John just went.
Oh, he's back now. I got him.
He's vanished.
Hey.
Oh shit! I wasn't looking at the screen. I just talking.
No, it was it was like a TV show. It wasn't that long ago too. It was in the 2000s. They the dude from what's that movie where he's blind or whatever? He's like an older dude, and you gotta be quiet because if you speak, like he'll hear you and he'll kill you. The dude that's in that
Don't
is
breathe.
in this show. Huh? Yes.
Don't
Stephen
breathe.
Lang.
Yeah,
Stephen Lang.
He was in a show where they go back in time and there's fucking dinosaurs and shit.
Oh,
Remember that?
dude, John, I'm gonna be doing it. Hang on 1 second. It's called Terra Nova.
Yes.
I'm doing a review on it soon.
Yes,
Oh.
Terra Nova.
Nice.
Terra Nova's badass.
That shit finished abruptly, man. Like it didn't go past one season, I don't think. It seemed like it finished really
there was a show I watched as a kid where these like teenagers were taking care of dinosaurs. It was weird. It was a weird show.
Was that Dinotopia actually?
Could be.
I think so. I think it was Dinotopia, yeah.
Oh, that. Yeah, no. John, yeah, I know it ends on a cliffhanger, and they end up finding they find that there's other stuff from other time periods leaking into the fucking leaking into their time stream.
Yeah, they had to go back in the past because the fucking Earth was so fucked up that they had to go back to the past to live. Yeah.
The thing was as they state that this is not the Earth. This isn't their Earth's prehistoric age, because if they do that, they'll fuck up history. So they go to an alternate universe version of the Jurassic period, But when it turns out that some of the Sixers have found a way to open other time streams, and they're pulling stuff from like World War I and fucking a Spanish galleon, and they're fucking around with time, there's a big conspiracy going on in it. John,
Yep.
did you finish the series?
Yeah, I got through like as much as it went through, man, because like I was hoping that they would always like bring that back as for another season or what. But
I read what they were proposing. Basically, the Sixers didn't like the fact they had to stay in a time that didn't have like kind of technology or proper civilization. So they were trying to go back to another fucking slipstream and go to say like the 1930s or the 1960s and stuff.
Yep.
And your man was trying to stop him. Stephen Lang's character was trying to stop him. That was what that season was going to be.
That would have been fucking great, but they fucking ended it like way too soon. It's like maybe the network was just like, yeah, this isn't gonna be as successful as we thought it was gonna be, or something.
Well, the thing was, the budget was fairly big, and as the episodes went on, you probably noticed the dinosaurs didn't appear in it as much. As the season went on, the dinosaurs kept on appearing less and less. So
Yeah.
with this, they were like, "Oh fuck!" And like the dinosaurs was the draw of the show. A lot of people said this was basically Lost meets Jurassic Park.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the reasons I picked it up. But again, as the show went on, they were running out of money, so they kind of the people stopped tuning in when the dinosaurs stopped appearing.
Yeah.
You guys are talking about Terra Nova, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought you were. Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good show.
Trying to think of other TV shows.
Have you guys seen The Tribe?
I've seen a little bit of The Tribe. I liked it.
I haven't seen it.
It's awesome. It's like these, all the adults are dead. And there's a couple of shows like this, but I think this is the best one. So there's a bunch of kids, and they have made little clans.
I
And
saw
it's-
that. I actually thought that Jeremiah was kind of set in the same universe because I don't know if you guys watched a TV show called Jeremiah with Jason Priestley.
Yeah.
And your man who was in the Cosbys. He was
Welcome to
evil
my
in the
Warner.
Cosbys.
Yep.
Yeah, do you remember that show, guys? Jeremiah.
Yep.
I do.
It was like the end of the world. There was an apocalypse. They were in that town.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think
That
I've seen
was
it.
a cool show.
Yeah.
No, wait, John, you're thinking of Jericho.
Oh, okay.
Jeremiah is set in the future,
Oh,
and basically it's kind of like the same premise as the Tribe. Everyone below the age of like teens, or everyone over the age of teens dies, but this picks up like 10 years after. So society, like the kids have grown up, but there's no proper establishment or society. Jericho is the one with Steve Ulrich and Gerald McCarthy and Lenny James. That's a pretty cool show as well. They got 3 seasons, and then they finished it off with a comic book.
Oh yeah.
The thing I like about the Tribe though is it's got this sort of like neon punk rock post-apocalyptic aesthetic to it that's really cool and really unique.
Yeah. Especially with like the dude that wears the cop hat and he rides around with his like little Nazi group of they're not Nazis, but they got that same feel mentality to them.
They're the fascists of that world pretty much.
If I had to sum it up, it was basically like if someone crossed Bugsy Malone, the Parker, the John Parker movie Bugsy Malone and Mad Max. That's the only way I describe it. It's basically like Mad Max except with teenagers.
Mm.
Yeah. You can find it on YouTube, I think.
Yeah,
Because I
there's
saw
lots.
the show on Netflix, I think. Yeah.
But trying to think any other TV shows that like didn't last as long.
Oh, there's a lot, man. There's a lot of. If you go back to, well, like I said, I'm fucking old already, but if you go back to the early '80s, bro, there's so many like pilots for shows that never went beyond like maybe one pilot show or 1-2 shows. If you research it, man, it's there's quite a few actually, and some of them actually sound like really well thought out ideas for TV, but they just never made it off the ground floor. So, yeah.
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 I mentioned one earlier about it was called Height. I believe I don't even know if it was past the first season or whatever or one show, but it was called High Cliff Manor. And it was supposed to be like a gothic type of, you know, like in a castle or in a big manor or something type of bullshit. But if you get a chance, look that up.
What's it called again? I need this.
High Cliff Manor.
All right.
Yep. It's
I love
really
I
obscure
love.
things.
Sorry, John. Go on.
No, I'm done. Sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Chris Carter's Millennium. I love that one.
Oh, yes.
Dan
Yep.
Sanders was fucking awesome in that.
Mm-hmm.
Brad,
You guys seen the Frankenstein show with Sean Bean?
No.
Wait, what?
The Frankenstein show with Sean Bean?
Frankenstein Chronicles. I love that show. And I'm so pissed off that Netflix canceled it.
Yeah, it got canceled right after 2 seasons.
Yep, and that proves that
I watched that show.
It proves that even in a like long running show with not long running, but a show with 2 seasons in it, Sean Bean can still die because he died like at the end of season.
He does die.
Sean Bean died in everything, even when it's a show where he's the main character.
The only thing he can't die in is Shark. Hey, Sean.
Hey, Sean.
Brad the Juggler
Sean
brought up a
Merchant?
TV show called Walter. Does anyone know what he's talking about?
Walter, WALTER. No.
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 Okay.
But Sean
Guys,
Bean
any
put up in season 2
chance
or 3 of
have any premature shows
Game of
that
Thrones.
you wish hadn't been cancelled?
Hey, Brad. Hey, Sean.
Shows that we wish wouldn't have gotten canceled. Well,
Wait, what? What was the question again?
Any show, like, you've already said it, but I'm just asking in the chat. Was a follow-up to MASH that was a pilot centered around radar. Okay. Oh, wait, guys, I have one. This is a weird show. Basically, John Goodman plays an insurance salesman who accidentally falls out in front of a bullet train. They say Dennis Naspers saves his brain and puts him into the body of like a spy. And it's John Goodman's kind of like fucking Homer Simpson-esque dad in the body of this funky spy trying to sort stuff out. And they had like a recurring bad guy who was this Chinese guy who went around with eggs filled with sarin gas.
Huh.
Does anyone remember that show?
No.
Oh.
No, but that sounds dope.
I'm gonna try and find the name of it. Fucking, they made a whole season of it.
A show that I never wish well, I know all shows have to come to an end, but I always loved Bruce Bixby as the Incredible Hulk.
Oh yeah.
That was classic.
Yep.
Yeah, Lou Ferrigno is the monster, and
Yeah.
Bruce Bixby is David Banner.
Oh yeah, I remember Trapper John D. Sean. I remember that.
You know what I kind of wish had never been canceled?
What?
Chris County Jr.
I
Which one?
love Jr.
That show was great. It had everything.
Yeah, and you got to see
What
Ash
was
Williams.
it?
Ash Williams.
Hmm.
I like the thing where they had John Astin in it a lot. You know, he's gone now, unfortunately, but that was pretty cool. Yeah, they had him as Professor Wickwhack.
What show are you talking about? I'm sorry, I missed the title.
Briscoe County Jr.
Does
Oh,
anybody
okay.
remember Manimal, where the dude turned into fucking animals and shit? And
Yeah.
it was a
Yeah, I think I do actually.
old school show, man. That was a good one.
This wasn't a
Guys,
full-on show, but I
found,
wish it would have.
I found the name of that show with John Goodman in it. It was called Now and Again.
Oh, okay.
It was basically, yeah, he plays a fucking an insurance salesman who gets his body transferred to a spy played by Eric Close. And yeah, he's not allowed to tell his family who he is. And yeah, there was a bad guy in it called the Eggman who uses eggs with deadly gas to kill people. It was a weird fucking show. It came out in 2000 on CBS.
Nope, don't remember that one.
No, I don't remember that one.
You, yeah, with deadly gas from the eggs, but no, I haven't seen that.
Yeah. Do any of you guys remember American Gothic?
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah,
With a very young Lucas Black.
Yeah, there's someone at the door.
that's with the dude from Criminal Minds, right?
Yeah, he was also Lumberg in fucking Office Space.
Oh,
Well,
Office
I
Space.
keep on confusing him with Gary Coleman. It's not Gary Coleman. Gary Coleman was Little Fucker from Different Strokes.
Yep.
Is it Gary Coleman?
Yeah.
Which one am I fucking thinking of? Anyway, it was your
Wait a
man from
minute.
Office Space, Lumberg.
Criminal Minds was an Office Space?
Huh?
The dude from Criminal Minds was an Office Space?
Yeah, he played Lumberg. He was the cunt who kept on asking your man to stay after work.
Oh, that was it? I didn't know that.
Is it Gary Coleman? Fuck it, guys, do you know who I'm talking about?
Gary Coleman is a short little black guy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's something Gary Cole. Thank you, Sean. It was Gary Cole. He played Lumberg in Office Space, but he was also in.
Oh,
And I'm after forgetting what the fuck I was talking about.
I'm thinking of Matthew Gray Gubler. He was in a
Lucas Black
I
was
thought
the
American
star of American
No,
Gothic.
not Gary Oldman. Gary Cole was Sheriff Lucas Buck in American Gothic. Yeah, I'm remembering now. And
okay, so
Sheriff and Lucas Black is the
Bruce Campbell ended
protagonist.
up in that show as well as a gumshoe that gets fed to killer fucking beetles. Yeah, no, seriously.
I think I'm thinking of Suburban Gothic.
Yeah, that's American Gothic.
Oh,
Basically,
okay. Oh no, I'm
okay,
confused right now.
Trenchy, I'll go over the plot. This kid, his sister's killed, his father's fucking accused of murder, and it turns out he's a reincarnation of Satan, who may or may not be also the sheriff of the town. So the sheriff takes him under his wing, and it's basically the town's doctors. Do you remember that one?
I feel like I've seen that somewhere. I do. But I feel like the one I'm thinking of is a separate movie as well with like us. I think there's an American Gothic, and then I think there's a suburban Gothic.
There was an anthology show that had like American Gothic in it, and Dennis Quaid was in one episode. He was in a fucking a cannibalistic strip club in New Orleans.
Oh shit!
Oh,
For real?
And yeah, there was another episode of it as well that had fucking Michael Ironside as a mortician who was his job it was to make sure vampires stayed in the fucking ice the ice chests or the lockers.
So this is an anthology series from the 90s.
Yeah, I think so.
Cause I'm usually all about the anthology series. I love a lot. My favorite TV series of all time, TV show of all time, is Twilight Zone, the original.
Nice.
That was fast.
Here's a
Oh,
favorite
right.
yeah, Twilight Zone is great.
Actually, what was the fucking show? Masters of Horror and Nothing to Fear, which was a follow up. That was fucking cool. Do you remember that show, guys?
Yeah. Yep.
Had you any favorite
Masters of Horror, yeah.
Yo, it's
Do
HBO
you
series.
remember Masters of Horror?
Yeah, I can watch Masters of Horror on Tubi right now. They have.
Which one is it,
Yeah.
Mark?
All of them, right?
Yeah, they have all of them.
No, Mark. What are you watching right now? Is what I mean.
Oh, what am I watching right now? I'm
Which
watching. Well, I'm not watching Masters of Horror, but on an app that I have on my TV, they have all the episodes of it.
Oh, okay. No. I thought you were actually said you were watching it right now as we spoke. Sorry.
No. I've already watched it all
Nice.
twice at least.
Do you know the rumor about what was Kevin's friend in the Wonder Years? What was the character's name again?
Paulie.
Yeah. Did you guys remember the urban legend that Paulie was played by Marilyn Manson?
Yeah, they used to say that.
What?
Yeah, that was.
Yeah,
that
I
was
remember that.
There was also the urban legend that Manson had his middle ribs removed so he could suck his own dick. I don't know if.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that was a whole thing. And when asked about it, Marilyn Manson has refused to answer every single time.
Yeah, I think.
Fucking
I heard Cher had some ribs removed, though.
Who did?
Cher.
Oh,
That was
fuck.
old rumor.
The thing is with Cher, she probably has her organs removed and put in little fucking jars in her fucking inside in her fucking mausoleum, so she can't fucking die.
Mommy.
Wow.
That's funny.
Oh god. But no guys.
Sure, we're failing to realize that Cher is Clayface come to life. That's why she never ages.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she contains cockroach blood or something. You know the way. What did it say? That after a nuclear attack, the only things that would be left alive is Cher and cockroaches. Maybe that's what's keeping her going.
Well, she's at least 70% plastic, so I mean, there's that.
Yeah.
Do you believe in love after love? Is that an UV light? I'm asking no. She's too close to the fucking radiator. She's fucked. Do you remember what was it? The episode of The Simpsons where the guy wakes up from the coma after 20 years and he's like, "Is
Michael
Queen
Jackson?
Cher still a couple?" No, she won an Oscar and he ran for presidency. Oh, good night. And he just fucking he fucking goes back into the coma again.
Yes, Sean.
Oh shit.
Manson is very smart. He's been kind of weird recently, but he is really smart.
Who's that?
Marilyn Manson.
Yeah.
Dino, have
Yes,
you watched?
Black Books is great.
Sorry, Trenchy.
Someone in your chat brought up Black Books, and I'm like, yeah, that show's awesome.
No,
That and Black Adder are great.
Yeah, no, the Black Books is basically about a cantankerous alcoholic bookshop owner, played by Dylan Moran, fantastic Irish comedian, and it's both the same creator. It's oh fuck, I'm after forgetting his fucking name, and he done Father Ted as well. Dino, if you like them too, check out Father Ted. Graham Lenihan wrote those, and he also wrote Father Ted. You get a chance. Not a fan of Graham Lenihan at the moment, but that's neither here nor there. As I said, I'm going to keep it light. But yeah, if anyone likes the IT crowd or Black Books, check out Father Ted.
Didn't he do Black Adder as well? The
No,
sketch
that
show?
was Richard Curtis. That was the guy behind Four Weddings and a Funeral, and he also done some great episodes of that. Yeah, no, I'm trying to think of other TV shows. Gosh, that's kind of like they burnt out before they were too. Okay, actually, reverse of that, guys. TV shows that went on too fucking long. I'm gonna go with Lost. I enjoyed Lost at the start, but by the end of it, I'd like they're just fucking making shit up as they're going along. TV shows that should have ended after like season 3 or 4.
Beauty and the Beast.
The one with Ron Perlman.
The original Beauty and the Beast. Don't get me wrong, I love Linda Hamilton. I love Ron Perlman, but that show went on for 2 seasons too long.
Do you think it went to shit after Linda Hamilton left?
Yeah.
Yeah. They get her off.
Don't get me wrong, I love Ron Perlman as an actor, though. But
They brought in. It went from kind of the Beauty and Beast romance to a borderline sci-fi. There was other underground mutants and there was other kind of weird magical creatures.
Yeah, they did.
Antro, you got a TV show that have you a TV show that should have been put out of its misery?
I might, but I'm looking at what Sean is saying in the chat right now. He went to the same art school as John Five, who is Marilyn Manson and Rob Zombie's guitarist, and one of my biggest inspirations is a guitar player, and I'm kind of freaking out at the moment, so I just wanted to bring that up.
Sean, will you let like fucking Antro touch your arm or something, just so he can say he was close to someone? Put the guy out of his misery.
Somehow. I was like a few feet away from John Five at one point at a metal festival because he was signing autographs nearby, but the line was too long, so I never got to see him.
Antro, you said John Five. Because for a minute I was thinking of the fucking robot from Short Circuit. I was like, wait, what? No, wait.
Yeah, no.
That'd be pretty awesome. Johnny Five. He can play guitar.
Yeah, he's amazing, and he like has incorporated like weird like bits of country into his metal guitar playing, and he makes it work. It's weird.
Actually, just to get back to the whole Johnny Five thing, there's this fella I follow on Twitter. I can't think of his name right off the bat, but he's actually made this really impressive replica of Johnny Five, completely functional, almost identical to the series, to the show, to the movie. I should find that and put that link up so you guys can check this stuff out. It's pretty amazing.
Do fire it up at Trash Dash made a good point. The Simpsons have gone on too fucking long. I would say even the first 8 seasons trash. Season 10 and 9 were definitely where it went downhill. Again, I enjoy the early Simpsons, but again, it was tragic because you saw them trying to replicate elements of South Park and Family Guy and stuff, and I was like, no, that's not what you are.
I think all three of them would probably go, and it wouldn't be a huge deal.
Yeah. John, what about you? Any TV shows you think that should have been taken out to pasture before they turned?
Something that's been going for a long ass time, huh? Well, yeah. I mean, I guess I would say probably The Simpsons. That shit was going since I was in high school, so that's been going for quite some time, man. But I mean, like, some people would argue that it got better at times, and other people would argue that it got worse. But I'd say that, and what else? Shit. I mean, that's still the longest running show, isn't it? Currently, so.
I got one.
What?
Go on, Ethel.
Saturday Night Live. Let's get rid of it.
Oh wow!
Wow.
Controversial, I know, but I think the time has come. No more Saturday Night Live. Let's get rid of it.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
definitely not like it
a
was.
sketch show, so I wasn't carried away.
They've done a few funny things, but
Yeah, I like when Tom Hanks comes on, because Tom Hanks, you need to put Tom Hanks back in a comedy, because where he plays that Trump supporter in Black Jeopardy, I was in fucking stitches for that, man. It was like it turned out he had so much in common with him, but then when the question, these lives matter, and he's like, well, it was good while it lasted, James.
Best character I ever saw on best two characters I ever saw on Saturday Night Live. Will Ferrell as George Bush, and Eddie Murphy as Buckwheat.
Oh yeah.
I remember Will Ferrell as Harry Carey, the baseball commentator who ended up having the science show, and he was interviewing.
I remember that too.
And that was fucking gold. I literally.
I love him and Jeff Goldblum together. That was phenomenal.
Our Jeopardy, the Jeopardy episodes with your man as fucking Sean Connery. I took her mother to take a Trebek. My mother is 85-year-old paraplegic. But moving on, I
always like the episodes where they get Christopher Walken to do the guest host. Those were always some prime examples.
Oh my god.
He's brilliant. He's like, hello, welcome to my humble abode. I love him him going on a date. It was fucking brilliant. Sorry, Ethel, go on.
I was gonna say there's a skit that didn't make it into one of the episodes featuring him where he plays this angel, and instead of being like all dressed in white and gold and angelic, he's dressed in jet black. He's got jet black wings. He looks really like gothic and evil. And he's come to this woman's deathbed to take her away to heaven, but she doesn't believe him because he looks so evil. And then that angel shows up who looks completely good, like a heaven angel, and kills the woman. And he's like, "What?" Oh, it's so funny. I mean, they cut it, but it was good.
I wonder, was that made before? Was that sketch made before or after Prophecy?
I was about to say that sounds like Christopher Walken dressed up as Gabriel.
Yeah, in Prophecy, because he plays an angel in that who's dressed in black.
But it's a shame it wasn't included in the actual airing because it was pretty good, I thought.
My favorite new sketch that I stand by, and it always cracks me up, is Undercover Boss with Adam Driver as Kylo Ren. It's just both of them are fucking brilliant. It's Matt the radar technician. It's fucking brilliant.
I miss the Coneheads stuff that they used to have on there. Like they did one where they had the Coneheads on Family Feud, and the answers to all the questions were just so hilarious. Like one of them's like, name something people like to bite instantly. Fiberglass.
The guy who wrote the story for Mad Max Fury Road, done all the concept designs for the Coneheads home planet. Brendan McCarthy, I actually met him. He was telling us about how he was working on Coneheads, and he enjoyed working on Coneheads more than he enjoyed working with Neil Jordan, because Neil Jordan was trying to do an Irish horror comedy with Peter O'Toole called High Spirits, and McCarthy wanted to do all these kind of interesting ghost designs, but he wouldn't work with him, so he ended up using all the designs for that in Coneheads. Yeah, so yeah, the fucking visual effects he was going to do for the Neil Jordan horror movie, he ended up putting in fucking Coneheads. I love that.
I feel like the Coneheads movie doesn't get enough love.
Yeah, it's
Coneheads is great.
The Coneheads home planet. It was the guy who designed it. Fucking done an awesome job. He actually worked on a cartoon series back in the 90s called Reboot. I don't know if any of you remember it.
Reboot?
Dude?
Reboot.
Oh, Reboot.
It was all computer
Wait,
generated.
I think I've heard of that.
It's about the video game characters.
That's what the...
Yeah.
I've seen that. That's...
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
One,
no, I wasn't really saying, but you can go.
Oh, damn.
But yeah, no, again, it's weird because I met this guy out a couple of times for a pint. His mother's from Ennis, and just some of the stuff he fucking worked on, and like he worked on Coneheads, he worked on High Spirits, he done concept art for the Rocketeer, he done fucking art. He created the fucking Reboot series. He worked on for Marvel for a while. He done probably one of the best Doctor Strange comics. And then because of Reboot, what he done in Reboot, George Miller asked him to write Mad Max Fury Road. He's actually a pretty cool guy. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Ethel?
I was thinking of Reboot, and I'm like, did that only run for one season? I feel like that was a short-lived show that had some popularity.
It was 2 seasons. The cartoon ran for 2 seasons. I think there was 8 episodes a season. Because
do you think the animation hurt that at all, or do you think that was part of it?
Yeah, the thing was, it was cutting edge at the time, and I think it was just too expensive to keep on making like again, it's dated. It's up there with the fucking
Beast Wars.
What's the MTV video with the 2 moving men? And it's really kind of primitive video graphics. We got the move color TV. Money for Nothing. Yeah, the music video for Money for Nothing. Yeah, it would be comparable to that nowadays. Like, back then that was kind of primitive. So this would be the equivalent to that nowadays.
I just remember thinking it looked really weird. It looked a lot like Beast Wars.
Yeah.
That.
Thanks, Sean. Yeah, Dire Straits. I was trying to think of the fucking thing. John, you okay? You dying?
Not yet, man. I'll let you know when my time comes.
You don't have the Rona, do you? Oh, he's gone.
Oh shit!
The one cartoon
God damn it! I thought you jinxed him. The fucking Rona guy.
StreamYard data.
Not the Rona.
Oh, jeez.
He's back.
The timing of that was fucked up, though. Funny, but fucked.
That was messed up timing.
One cartoon that I always liked, I wish it would have stuck around for more than 2 seasons, was Stundar.
Oh yeah, nice choice.
I like that because the fact is it was an even more pulpier version of He-Man, That's why I like Thunder Barbarian.
Yep.
You guys probably won't know this show, but I really like the Secret Saturdays. It was a cartoon from when I was growing up and shit. And it was like a family, and they like hunted down monsters that this bad guy was sending out.
When did it come out, Trenchy?
I want to say early 2000s, maybe 2010 at the latest. But it's called the Secret Saturdays. It used to air on Cartoon Network.
Trying to think of what.
Does anybody remember a movie? I think it's probably from the 90s. It's called Frankenstein and Me. I think Burt Reynolds is in this fucking movie, man. Like,
What?
look it up. Look up Frankenstein and Me. See, it might be Burt
What's the
Reynolds.
premise on this? What's the premise?
John, I'm guessing this is before Boogie Nights, but after Cop and a Half.
It's like it's kind of like a, you know, what's that one with Fred Savage, the monster?
Oh,
Little
yeah,
Monster.
Yeah, Little
Yeah, yeah.
Monster. It's kind
Little
of has that feel to it. You know what I mean? But look up Frankenstein and Me.
Good call. It is Burt Reynolds.
Yep.
what was Burt Reynolds Frankenstein?
Bro, I don't remember. I thought I imagined this shit, but apparently it's a real thing, man.
Fucking
Does
dream.
anyone?
Go on, Ethel.
I was gonna say, does anyone remember that series? It was really short-lived. It was about Dracula. I can almost remember the title. There was Dracula and Van Helsing, and there was a couple of kids, and they were like living with Van Helsing, and they were fighting Dracula. Does anyone remember that?
I feel like I should. I feel like I should.
When did it come out, Ethel?
It was 1990 or 1989 or something like that. I'm looking it up right now because I have it saved on Amazon. I want to buy it. I just haven't had the money.
Yeah, so if you can find the title, let me know because I'm interested too. So
Yeah, give me a second. I'm
Yeah, me too.
loading up my Amazon.
And me. We all want
I
it.
have to find it.
We're all in.
yep.
Cartoon series I would love to fucking continue because I love the comics by Dark Horse. Cadillacs and Dinosaurs.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That was fucking awesome. And Dino Riders. I love fucking-
Dino Riders. I remember Dino Riders.
Inhumanoids was pretty good too. I think that's what it was called.
Yeah, Ethel, that got really fucking that got really serious. That like it dealt with racism, it dealt with fucking drugs, it dealt with fucking political intrigue, and like I was like, what the fuck? This is a kid show?
Yeah, it was hardcore for what it was.
Oh yeah.
Where the hell are my lists?
Dead Man Wonderland got screwed.
Dead Man Wonderland.
Yeah, it was an anime and it only had one season, and they never made other seasons. But the thing was that it ended on a cliffhanger, and then its final episode they aired it weird. They did the order weird because its final episode they did the cliffhanger episode. Then the final episode was like an origin story for one of our characters, and it was really weird.
It's not based off the Dead Man from DC Comics, is it?
No, it's based off a manga. Sorry,
Oh, okay.
and this kid his whole class is murdered by this red demon thing. So he's sent to this prison where they like put bombs in your neck and they do a bunch of crazy shit to you. But he also has like a power to like fight. He can like control his blood and turn it into a weapon. And there's other characters that can do it too, and it's a cool show.
Okay, I found it. I found the title. It actually was called Dracula the series.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
Real simple,
Hold on.
but hey,
Yep, I need it.
Jacob Tierney was in it. Where is the in description so I can read it? The actual thing to you. Do we not have it? Do we not have a description? We have no description.
oh boy.
Okay, well, I can tell you what I remember, and I remember it being somewhat decent. I also remember that the whole cross thing was, if you believed in it, it would work, but it wouldn't. I remember that detail. I can't believe there's no description. That's
Guys,
horrible.
do you remember the remake of The Bionic Woman with Michelle Ryan from EastEnders? And Katie Sackhoff was like the evil Bionic Woman. That was fucking awesome.
Oh shit. I remember fucking Electra Woman and Dinah Girl. I remember that shit when I was a kid. That's old. 1970s.
What was it about?
It was just like some fucking like remember well you might not remember, but back in the day they had a live action Shazam, live action ISIS. So like it was around the same it was around the same time as Electra Woman. Huh?
I said I seen a little bit of the live action Shazam.
Yeah, the old school one, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have a friend of mine, and God love him, he's fucked up with alcohol at the moment, but we used to always bring up the funniest fucking topics while we were drinking, right? And we're sitting down, he's drinking away, and he goes, "Do you know who I'd love to have a threesome with?" And I'm like, "Who?" And he goes, "Cagney and Lacey." And I'm like,
What the fuck?
Why?
He goes,
No.
he turned around and goes, "Can you imagine the sandwich action you'd get with Cagney and Lacey?" And I'm like, "Dude, can we change the fucking subject quickly?"
Cagney and
Can we
Lacey.
change the topic?
He might feel a little left out.
He loves Cagney and Lacey, and he was obsessed with Cagney and Lacey. I'd go over to his house and he'd have box sets of Cagney and fucking Lacey. And
What's Cagney and Lacey?
Live action TV shows that were comic books. Does anybody remember the live action Spider-Man?
Yes.
From the 70s.
Yep.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah,
Which
man.
one?
That one was going to be done by Canon.
Because there was the American one.
And there's the Japanese one.
This was the
Japanese
American version. It only lasted for one season.
The Japanese one also has the man with no name who shoots rockets out his guitar.
I love the Japanese one. He got a mech and uses guns. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
But John, the dude who loved fucking Cagney and Lacey, he hated the fucking Dirty Harry series because apparently the chick who played Cagney got killed in one of the fucking movies. And he's like, "Fuck Dirty Harry," and I'm like, "Why?" He goes, "They killed Cagney and Dirty Harry. I'm not fucking."
Oh my god!
Yeah, he was obsessed with them, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
which movie? Was she in one of those movies? Did she
What's
get
Cagney and Lacey?
She is.
It's
Cagney and Lacey is a cop drama.
yes. Look it up, Trent. Have you ever seen Rizzoli and Isles?
Okay, how would you spell that?
It's like the original Rizzoli and Isles, basically.
I believe it was Dirty Harry that Cagney
Okay,
Lacey.
how would you spell Cagney?
was in.
I can.
Cagney.
If I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
he got so fucking upset. He said,
Okay,
"Fuck
so
Dirty Harry!
okay.
I'm never watching another fucking Dirty Harry movie again. They killed Cagney. They killed Cagney." I'm like, "What the fuck, man?"
It's only a show, man.
I remember there was another thing. This guy, he used to when I was in secondary school or high school or whatever. Our teacher asked us to bring in. We were doing a thing on how bad tabloid media is in comparison to spreadsheet media or whatever, open sheet media. And basically, a lot of people brought in issues of the Sun. And I don't know if you guys know about the Sun newspaper, but on the third page, there was always a topless chick. So at lunchtime, he snuck in to the classroom and took all the page threes out of the fucking Sun newspapers and took them home with him.
Damn.
Oh, he's a fucking fiend. And the weird thing is, he has fucking kids all over the gaff. I'm like, he's fucking half the fucking town is made up of his children. He's fucking progeny has fucking infested the town. Well, I'm good friends with him. He's a funny fucker. He loves to drink, and he's a funny.
That
fucker.
sounds like a cartoon character.
Oh, you don't know the fucking half of it. When we were in school, there was a teacher strike, and they got in these people just to fucking watch the classrooms. And he got up and faked an epileptic seizure so everyone else could fucking fly out of the fucking classroom. We'll get a teacher. And he fucking faked an epileptic seizure. And your one came over and said, "Is she all right? Is he all right?" And we were like, "Oh, he's dying from epilepsy." So she ran out, and he got up and goes, "Yeah, lads, I cleared the class." And I was like, "You really haven't thought this through, John." He's like, "Fuck it, I'm off the cork," and he fucking climbed out the window and got a bust of cork for the week.
Oh fuck!
He also fucking paid paid €200 for a taxi just so he could go see Fred Durst up north. He wanted to see Limp Bizkit, so he paid $200.
No.
Huh?
Hey, you gotta keep rolling, baby.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Antro. When I was your age, dude, fucking Limp Bizkit was the fucking shit, man. People used to go fucking tits for fucking Limp Bizkit, man.
Right there in Significant Other. That was like when everybody was all about Limp Bizkit. That was like the album.
But Ethel, there was guys in my year that were hiring limos to go see this concert, to go up north, up to Northern Ireland to see fucking Fred Durst perform. That's how fucking popular he was.
I went to school with this kid. He was obsessed with Fred Durst. He had the hat.
Oh shit!
He had clothes. He looked exactly like Fred Durst Mini-Me. He was all about it. It's the funniest thing.
Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling.
Fred Durst was the one that made the Fanatic, right?
Yeah, Fred Durst, Fanatic.
Yeah.
John Travolta and shit.
Oh God.
Guys, I actually got thrown out of a chipper because of Fred Durst. Well, because of myself, but mainly because of Fred Durst. So I was queuing up for a bag of chips, and I was fucking scalded drunk, right? So I was trying to sing My Way or the Highway, but I got the words mixed up. And I ended up singing, instead of just one more fight about a lot of things, I said, just one more fight about your hysterectomy out fucking loud. And everyone was like, what the fuck? I got fucking thrown out of the chipper. I was like, just one more fight about your hysterectomy. And there was a bunch of girls that were like, kick him out. Kick him out.
Obviously, they can't take a joke. That fits pretty well, actually.
That's funny.
I've done some weird shit while I was drunk. Like, I got in a fight. I was sitting down enjoying my bag of chips. Stories involved me drunk with chips.
Yeah.
And the fucking swan. I was sitting on the wall, and I thought someone was reaching in to grab my chips, and then I realized this is big white fucking bird. So I boxed it and sent it fucking tumbling back into the river.
Yeah.
I thought it was someone trying to fucking steal my chips. I was like, what the fuck? Head. Sorry.
Hey, sometimes you just want to break stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Swans are vicious, man. Fucking bastards.
No, I've never rented a limo to go see anybody. The most I did was show $300 to go see Nirvana in concert.
Oh wow.
What? Actually, guys, what's the most you've ever spent in order to try and impress a girl?
The most I've ever spent to try and impress a girl.
Shit.
$400.
Zero.
You ain't gonna like my answer, but
None.
A lot of money.
I remember when I was working a shitty job, I spent like 70 euros on a bottle of perfume, and I gave it to her. I was friends with her at the time, and I thought things were going somewhere. And basically, she was like, "Oh, this is lovely. Mikey's going to love it." I'm like, "Who's Mikey?" And she goes, "Oh, it's a guy I met at a wedding." And I'm like, "Oh."
Oh, that's awful.
I wanted the ground to open up and swallow me, but yeah.
I can tell like the most. I don't really pursue women much, but I can say the most embarrassing moment I had like with a girl was my parents were trying to make me go to prom, so I'm like, okay, I'll ask this girl I kind of like, and I asked her, and she turned me down, and then proceeded to ask me advice about asking another dude to go to the prom with her.
Oh,
Oh,
It was
damn.
funny though. She
Chicken in
acted
that.
like it was casual.
You got friend hard. Friend zone hard.
damn.
Oh,
Trent.
it was funny though.
you got Sir Jorah. You got Sir Jorah fucking Mormont right fucking there, dude.
I've been to prom once, and they didn't
but
that any of us liked, so we just ended up sitting in the corner and having an existential conversation the whole time. It was kind of depressing, actually.
My grad, that's what we call proms over here,
that
right?
sounds awesome. I've been danced once and I didn't dance.
But there were like a bunch of people like being super inquisitive about me because this was not at my school. This was at my then significant other's school, and they'd never met me before, so they were constantly like sort of poking and prodding at me, like, "Who is this guy?" And it was really weird.
Did you have the hat with you?
I actually did not have the hat.
Again, if someone asked me to describe Antro, he's Lestat. If Lestat was participating in a rodeo, that's the only way I can describe Antro. And
I still get
afterward,
Putty Bear vibes because of the leather hat.
yeah. At our grad, right, one of the lads, he was this rich fucker. His parents had a couple of houses, and he invited us back, but he neglected to tell anyone he had no fucking booze at the house. So we decided to fucking build a bonfire in his garden, and anything that wasn't nailed down went into this fucking bonfire. And I remember myself and 3 other lads burning the word "tit" into the garden. We were so fucking irate, we decided we wanted to burn the word "tit" so it could be seen from space. And yeah, we wrecked his house. It was a good grad.
Let that be a lesson. Ireland takes their drinking seriously.
Oh fuck yeah! You don't. I mean, swear to God, Ethel, why would you go back to a fucking house party that was drier than the fucking Sahara douche? I mean,
You wouldn't, you'd bail because that's pretty lame. Yeah,
some
no, I
lads,
see.
some lads did turn up with fucking cheap booze, but it was rotten stuff. It's called Dutch Gold. You wouldn't fucking feed it to a dog. So we threw the entire fucking slab into the bonfire as well. It's pretty funny watching beer explode.
In Maine, we just drink that because we don't care. There's nothing to do for like 6 months out of the year. So like everyone just gets trashed all the time. They don't even care.
No, Ethel, seriously, this stuff, it would probably be safer to drink the Mestos than drink that fucking shit the lads brought to the fucking house party.
I don't know. I've drank 5 o'clock vodka. I can get anything down.
Ooch. Yeah, no, just fucking, I don't know.
Get some of that Allen coffee brandy going. Oh. A couple of mean martinis. Damn.
Right, I always run this question over with people, right? But I'm gonna give you, I'm gonna finish up in 20 minutes. But before I go, I'm gonna run it with people who may not have chatted to me before. What is the biggest thing you think of when you think of Ireland, and what you think is either a misconception or what you think might actually be? Right, I'm gonna give John. I'm gonna give John a chance to ask first.
Wait. Is there something I want to know about Ireland, or just a misconception?
So what's something you want to know about Ireland? You want to know if it's true or false or bullshit or?
Because I've been to Germany, so I met a few Irish dudes from Ireland when I was in Germany, so I kind of know a bit about it.
Okay, what from the movies and what from fucking books and TV shows and shit did like what impressions you get and what you think that's hardly fucking real or that is that real or have you ever wondered is there like
Can you still go to places over there that and truly be off the grid? I guess that'd be a question that I'd have.
Oh yeah, definitely. My dad's farm, for example, is in a place called Kilmaley. Now, good land is like this. My dad's land is like this, and yeah, it's like seriously, you could shoot Apocalypse Now or Jurassic Park out there. It's just that fucking remote. My dad likes it because my dad, God love him, doesn't like human beings. By and large, he doesn't like other humans. So that's why he likes the farm. He's at the farm. Do we really? No, that's the English. The English will fight over football.
There's brawls over sports everywhere, literally everywhere.
We usually have fucking brawls for fucking hurling or which is better, fucking Tato Crisp or fucking King Crisp Tato.
Okay, so a little bit off topic, but my family and we were in Paris during, I think it was the World Cup, but the football/soccer stuff was going on. And while we were there, we were out and needed to get back to our hotel. And the French team won the semifinal while we were on the way back. And there were like police with giant guns patrolling the streets because everybody was freaking out. The huge.
Who were they playing at the time? Was it England or was it Russia or Poland?
I don't recall who they were playing. What I do remember is trying to get on a subway to get back to our hotel room that night, and it just being jammed full of people screaming soccer chants in French and jumping up and down and rocking the entire compartment.
Yeah, Europeans, we take our not the Irish, not so much, because as we say, it's the sport of the enemy. But they don't go fighting like there's no fucking fights in the streets over football. Usually fights in the streets over stupid shit like you fucking rode my girlfriend or you fucking that packet of potato was mine or whatever the fuck. But Trenchy, have you any questions about Ireland
okay.
you wanted to ask?
I got one. My grandma used to make this meal every Thanksgiving and not Thanksgiving, St. Patrick's Day. What the fuck? And I was wondering if it's famous over there. Corned beef.
Okay, right. I'm going to tell you something straight off. Corned beef does not go with cabbage. We do not eat corned beef and cabbage in Ireland.
At all?
Okay.
No, Ethel. It's bacon and cabbage. Bacon and cabbage. Irish people do not eat corned beef and cabbage. That was only introduced when the Irish went over to America and couldn't get access to pork. They ended up eating corned beef.
That makes sense. I have a question.
okay.
What about Halloween? It has its origins in Irish culture. Do you folks still celebrate it, or is it just Guy Fawkes time over there?
The past 20 years it's become popular.
That's good, because that originates from you folks' folklore.
Samhain or Sawan.
Yeah,
as it's
Samhain.
pronounced.
You know,
Sawan.
the jack-o'-lantern thing, that we have you guys to thank for that with the turnip.
Yeah, it was turnips before.
Then it became pumpkins because we had the pumpkins. And I mean, that's awesome. I just got to say that all the jokes I might make about Ireland and other countries, they're all done in a respectful, cheeky way. I don't mean it in an insulting way.
We're Irish people. We don't usually give a shit. We're fairly chill. The one thing that drives us nuts, though, is when people say we're part of Britain in the UK. It drives us fucking nuts.
I can understand that.
Like we had to kill a lot of fucking people to get out of the United Kingdom. Sorry. Anyway, do people in Ireland ever think about moving to Boston? No, Boston's too violent for us. Andrew, question.
Yeah, I can't think of anything right off the bat.
Ethel, I'm only joking about the Boston thing, by the way. Don't worry.
Oh no, I didn't know.
Another question in the chat though.
I mean, we could seem very violent. I mean, we got all our guns and stuff. So I mean,
Hey,
you
no,
know,
Ethel, there's only look. As far as I'm concerned, there's the only one dangerous person from Boston is Mark Wahlberg. And so long as you're not Asian and don't piss him off, you should be banned.
Man, fuck Mark Wahlberg, dude. Fuck. I'll say it.
You don't like Mark Wahlberg either, John?
He's alright, man, but like he's a fucking punk, dude. He's a fucking punk.
He blinded a Chinese guy back in the 90s.
Yeah, he fucking beat up an Asian dude in the neighborhood. Yeah,
Yeah, he popped his fucking eye out of his socket, Trenchy.
Yep.
Jesus.
Why? That's
underwear model and shit.
Because he was a racist punk. He said he's kind of redeemed himself.
How do you redeem yourself from that?
I don't know. Maybe you try and
you popped out a dude's eyeball because what the fuck?
Yeah, like I think the dude was like Vietnamese or something like that.
yeah, there's just some things you don't come back from.
Yeah.
Do they drink? Sean asks, do they drink
That's
Guinness?
like punching up.
Or is it American perception? No. Okay, unless you're super fucking old or a tourist, we don't drink Guinness because Guinness is probably the most powerful laxative on the planet. I don't know. You've probably heard me doing this tirade before. But if you want to empty your bowels in a fucking hot minute, you drink Guinness. That shit, it's like drinking bread. It's like drinking a pint of fucking brown bread. That shit will take everything inside your body out your fucking body in a flat minute.
Sounds
Yeah,
just
I have a question.
exactly.
So it's good. Guinness is good if you're constipated, basically.
Guinness will fucking turn you fucking. There's a joke I have, right? What is the three similarities between a priest and a pint of Guinness?
What?
White collar, black body, and if you get a bad one, it'll fucking tear the hole out of you.
no.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we got casinos in Ireland.
Casinos. Well, who asked that about the casino?
What do Irish folk think of American beers like Budweiser, Miller, all that? What do you guys think of that?
They like them. Actually, a lot of people like Miller is popular over here. Budweiser's popular over here. There's some stuff that's not too popular over here. Coors. People don't really like Coors over here.
Oh, no.
Yeah. There's a joke. Some people say, "Oh, can I get a Coors Shite?" They don't get a Coors Light. They get a Coors Shite.
Nice.
Trash. I got a question not about Ireland, but are you gonna be on? I know you said you were ending. Are you gonna be on much longer? Because my device is about to die. So I was wondering, should I switch devices and come back on? But if you're just gonna end it, I'll just hang in the chat.
I got 10 more. I got 10 more minutes. I got. If anyone wants to
Oh.
ask any questions or bring up any topics, I'll stay for about 10 more minutes, maybe 15.
Okay, I can come up for 10 more minutes. Yeah, I'll switch devices real quick because 10 minutes
No.
is decent.
Okay.
Well,
I
yeah.
have a question.
Sorry, Mark.
I said I have a question.
Go for it.
Is haggis as repulsive as they make it sound in the movies, or is it worse?
I don't know. I'm not Scottish.
Because
Haggis is a Scottish dish, dude. It's not Irish.
okay.
Stomach, meat and barley inside.
Yeah, it's a cheap stomach. It's from the Scots. It's from those savages across the water from us.
What the fuck?
I have Scottish heritage, and I probably wouldn't eat it. So,
That's all I need to know.
Have you guys? Do you guys have black pudding over there?
No.
You talking about blood pudding? You talking about blood pudding?
Yeah, it's kind of like basically all the leftover bits from the pig, the arsehole, the tail, the fucking hoops, the snout. You blend it all up.
There's Latino cultures over there that it's called morcilla. It's this blood sausage basically. They put it in a sausage and they eat it like that.
In New Orleans, more boudin.
We fry it up with eggs and fried up with egg, sausage, tomato, mushrooms, beans, a couple of spuds, fucking lovely stuff. We call it soakage. If you're out if you're out in the night, right, and you drink a fucking rake of fucking pints, you fry that up, and it'll sort you out. Some mad bastards put a whole lot into a blender and fucking drink it, but.
See, my hangover cure is to just have the greasiest cheeseburger I can find, usually 5 stars. That'll fix you right.
Do you know what my hangover cure is? More fucking drink. That's my hangover cure.
The hair of the dog.
Little bit of the dog that bit you, huh?
We call it chasing the fear. If you have the fear of the state you'll be in the next morning, so you drink more. Oh yeah, no, I genuinely think that Ireland, and it's not just America, other countries perceive it as well. I think Ireland is considered a very fucking backwards place, and for the most part, we're not. But there is some fucking oddballs out there, you know. So I always try and ask people, is there any kind of misconceptions about Ireland that they want to know about?
Now, are there any misconceptions about America you might have questions about? Since we're on the flip side,
I had great time for America. I think, like, by and large, it's a cool country. I worry about like your politics and some of the people in charge over there. But
So
We want
do we.
too.
So do we.
We worry about that a lot too. Believe me, there's not much we can do about who we have to vote for. There's sort of a rigged game going on.
I think I said maybe to John before. I think there should be a built-in rule where, as a person who has turned up in the WWE should not be allowed to run for fucking president. I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit out there.
I have to agree.
Maybe a person who ended up fighting Vince McMahon in the fucking WWE shouldn't be allowed to run as
Now I have that match on DVD, and I will say that was a good match, and I will say Trump did a good job on that, so I'll give him credit on that.
Let him rest
for
a
anything.
little, but don't have him fucking running the fucking country that has a button that allows you to launch fucking nuclear weapons.
I'll tell you who I'm more worried
Definition
about.
of running.
You know who I'm more worried about is the people behind the scenes working on both sides against and for the president. You know, there's people on both sides. and there's a
Yeah,
problem.
that's the thing with fucking politics and shit. Because like, yeah, you can vote for the other side, but 9 times out of 10, they're just as fucking sneaky and corrupt as the rest
Yep.
of the fucking bastards.
Yep. It's true.
There's this bit of a scam going on, but I don't want to get too much into it because that's a long conversation.
I always try and keep it fucking light.
Don't worry, Ethel. When you can come over to my channel, we can have that fucking long conversation because I'm all about that shit. Trust me on that. Man. Ask Trench when you get a chance. So
sounds like you're onto it too.
yes, yeah.
I think as a species we were better off when we were just fucking eating each other and things were eating us.
It was simpler.
Simpler time.
Yeah, in some parts of Ireland we call that Grafton Street. But no, it's no. Again, it's anywhere you go. I don't think there's any utopian country. Maybe somewhere like Scandinavia or fucking Norway or some fucking thing where the
Finland.
taxes are.
I want to move to Finland. Move all the nice people to Finland. Of course, there's probably problems with Finland too that I don't know about, but I love Finland, even though I've never been there.
Antro, don't they have the living wage?
Maybe.
I think it's Finland or maybe Norway. Basically, you're given like each citizen is given $250 or whatever the fuck a week, and they can work if they want, or they can just decide to fucking live off the $250. So
that can't work.
It does.
No.
It actually does.
I feel like
that wouldn't work here though.
Yeah, that couldn't work here.
No.
There'd be everyone would live in abject poverty. That could never work here.
The thing is, it's because the taxes are so high in fucking taxes are so high there, and like the thing is, you guys have to pay things like health insurance and stuff. So, like your insurance is
Some of us do. Some of us don't.
Insane.
And that's part of the problem. There's a lot of people that don't have to pay for that, that can, that don't, that taxes the system that's not set up to do that. But then again, that's a whole other conversation. I eat up hours with that, so I just get into it.
I always try and keep it free and friendly. I'm just wondering if some of you guys came over here, would you be like, what kind of communist fucking state is Martin from? I like, again, my country isn't far from fucking perfect, but like the fact is, I was able to buy. I'm 36. I was able to buy my own home. I'm able to take a break from working.
Nice.
I'm fairly fucking comfortable. And I don't think there's many countries I'd be able to do that in, but Ireland is one of them. So.
Hey, no, if it's over there, hey, cool. But I think people would have a problem. Maybe some people. I probably might have a few things I'd scratch my head about.
They're like, what's that calm you want? Fuck it.
You're like, how many things are you not allowed to have?
Sorry?
I'd be like, wait, how many guns am I not allowed to have?
None. Like
none.
I actually like. I wonder what you think. Like, John, you're a manly man. What do you think of the fact that our police force don't carry guns? What do you think about?
Yeah, I don't know how you guys do that over there, man. But yeah.
We beat the shit out of people before they have a chance to get a gun. That's what we do. I think the Irish are just so fucking adverse to basically up until 1922, the police force had guns, and then we got our independence, and then it was like we kind of look back at all the fucking horrible shit we did, and like I know I take the piss out of fucking Deacon and stuff. And I know I get annoyed sometimes about fucking Ireland being kind of pushed in with England. But the fact is, we done some fucking heinous shit to get our independence, and I, as a state, we don't want to ever fucking go back to that because, yeah, again, like a civil war is like the birth pains any fucking nation. But it was just we had our war independence, then we had our civil war, then like again, it was just such a fucking gut wrenching thing to happen. Like not only did we kill like our enemies or the British, but we also fucking killed other family members. We had a civil war, and it's just I don't think Ireland ever wants to fucking even risk going back to that. So like guns and the need for guns is kind of like it's kind of we've kind of made it a prerogative not to fucking have that as part of our society. Now there is gun crime, but it's minuscule. It's fucking minuscule in comparison to other countries.
Yeah,
So
you gotta consider the same. Like we that's a shared history though with Britain and coming over here with the Revolutionary War basically. So they were going through it too over here. And that's the whole premise behind the Constitution and the Second Amendment of being able to own weapons, guns, so you can fight tyranny and a tyrannical government. You know what I mean? Like it's not to go fight your brother and your sister and your
oh
neighbor
no
and shit.
no
It's,
yeah I know that, but the thing is, and which I'm kind of a bit kind of perplexed by is you guys had your civil war as well, and I know it was about a totally different thing, but just it the events of the Irish Civil War, the Irish War of Independence, the Irish Civil War, scarred the psyche of the Irish government and the Irish people so much that they were willing to fucking abstain from having firearms, and it's just I'm kind of perplexed that like Americans are like we've had such a bloody history, but you're still embracing firearms, and it's just
well, it's I'm gonna put it to you straight from somebody who was in the military, and I was part of the government for like over 8 years. So all wars. This is a classic fucking saying now, probably a meme at this point. All wars are bankers' wars. All wars are not wars that like, hey, oh, I got a problem with Martin. Let me go fucking take up this gun and go over to Ireland and just shoot him and shit. It's not. That's not how it works. You know what I mean? These motherfuckers, America is they love war. They're warmongers. They love it. And
I
it's
I
always in the interest of the people in power, not so much the people that are going over to fight these fucking wars. And I've
A
seen
big
some fucked up shit, dude. So
I
reason we
like yeah,
have
I get it. Like you've companies like Lockheed and Martin and stuff like being a big kind of backbone or a big part of the American industry as well. So
a big reason we have the gun culture that we have, and we have it as part of our Constitution and everything, is the founding fathers weren't just seeking to protect us from invading forces. It was to seek to protect us from domestic issues, such as tyrannical government of our own design, which the founding fathers smartly knew was a very potential possibility. And we're now actually starting to see come to somewhat of a fruition.
yeah, again, I mean, I'm not ripping into Deacon or the British or anything, but like the British had kind of left a really bad taste in a lot of countries' mouths. Like again, you guys had your revolution. We had we had our fucking War of Independence, and then during World War II, England had set a plan to invade Ireland if Germany had invaded them. And as a result, when there was a VE Day, Victory in Europe, fucking Winston Churchill done a speech saying how the British triumphed, but if they hadn't, they would have fallen back to Ireland by force. So our president at the time, Eamon de Valera, done something which he was criticised by, but I can totally understand. He opened up a book of condolences for Adolf Hitler. He actually fucking opened up a book of condol just as a way to give 2 fucking fingers to the British. And that's how fucking adamant we are about not fucking letting the British fucking turn us into the things we fucking hate. We're willing to have a book of condolences for an absolute monster just to fucking give 2 fingers to who we consider someone who fucking tarnished our soul. It's not a case that they ruled us. It's a case that they turned the Irish people into something they fucking deplored. And that's why when you hear people when Irish people you hear Irish people not being happy about the IRA or giving out about the fucking the troubles or giving out about like fucking attacks on the British, it's because the British turned us into something we never want to fucking be again. Like again, we got our independence, but sometimes we wonder at what cost.
Yep.
And that's part of the reason, the founding fathers built that in because of the British, because they knew that could happen here, that the government could get out of control and get just like they were, get into being conquering nations and stuff. Like America, we are not a conquering nation. We go in, we have disputes, we go in, we get involved, or maybe we shouldn't. But we never conquer. We might stay, remain a presence there, just to hold it. We're not a conquering nation. Britain was a conquering nation.
Yep.
They get no credit for being a conquering nation, though. I never see them get any credit for it. But everybody's so quick to hate on America.
Mm-hmm.
We never conquered one.
No, we've never conquered shit.
We cheated the Indians, but we didn't conquer them.
No. Nope.
Sorry, Tim's got a bit real there. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bring everybody down.
No. That was me as well. I think a lot of people look at the Irish and go, oh, those guys, they're police force, or they don't like keeping guns, and like I think people think we're kind of a soft touch or pussies. We're not. It's just we to get where we are now, we have to do absolutely fucking servile shit. Like, and that's not something we want to fucking have something to remember by.
My impression of the Irish has always been like sort of like a fun people, they like to party, they like to sort of do their thing, they like their independence. That's sort of been my vision of them. I've always thought of like the Irish and the Scottish as being morally and physically tougher than the British, if that makes any sense.
Okay, so the best way I can kind of like, there is a correlation between what I was saying and the kind of the whole kind of the funny kind of jovial drinking Irish. So John, when a lot of those guys came back from Vietnam, right? Some of those guys ended up doing drugs to kind of forget what.
Oh, they were heavy into drugs while they were there as well, bro. So yeah.
After the Irish fucking War of Independence and Civil War, you had guys who were absolutely traumatized on what they had to do during the war, and that's where fucking widespread alcoholism came from. We weren't always a fucking nation of drinkers. It was after we fucking 1920s was when the prominence of Irish alcoholism fucking reached its peak. It was because we were trying to cope with what we had done. And like again, the way I'm saying it is I'm not going to use the term shame, but it's just I think a lot of people don't realize, like a lot of people are like, oh, the Irish, fucking their civil war. We literally destroyed our country in order to. It was the equivalent of cutting off your own arm to get rid of cancer, fighting the British. We literally fucking destroyed families, destroyed buildings, destroyed countrysides to get rid of them, and that's why people from my grandfather or great grandfather's generation were fucking major alcoholics. It was their way of coping with the shit they had to live through. Like,
Well,
again,
you could say the same thing for the Native Americans over here. After basically their land, they were just subjected to fucking living in a smaller space than what they were used to. After people came here and invaded and everything, so like a lot of them turned to alcohol too over the years because of the same type of reasons, man. You know what I mean? So
no, I don't mean like because of the treatment of the British. I mean the treatment we give to the British.
mm,
Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean,
mm-hmm.
like there's there's plaques being taken down from Irish war heroes because if again the word I can use is atrocity. I mean, like we tied British soldiers to trees and dumped fucking diesel on the tree and set it on fire. We just I genuinely I think when people think about like the fucking Irish, as Ethel said, this kind of funny jovial race, we got to that point because we were trying to fucking erase the pain of how we got to this. Sorry, I'm I don't know if I'm explaining it right. I just again.
No, it makes sense.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
it-
And oh, I'm sorry, John.
No.
No.
I'm agreeing with Martin. That's all. Yeah.
I was gonna say.
It's not guilt. It's just it's like imagine John. Okay, John. As you said, you're in the military, John. Imagine someone had to beat in a fucking insurgent's head with a rifle. That'd leave someone fucked up, right?
Mm-hmm.
That person would probably have to like fucking that'd leave some shit in their fucking. That's basically the entire country and why they turn to fucking drink and why we fucking it's just I don't know. I don't know.
I still think it's a fairly apt comparison to the Native American thing. I happen to know a little bit about this. I'm part Native American myself. But they reserved, you get the stereotype of the drunken Indian because of all that went on. The scalping, the murdering of the babies. It's just the stuff that happened to Native Americans and to American settlers.
Mm-hmm.
It was brutal on both sides, and the stuff that happened back then, it's just read in history books. It is downright horrific.
Again, I'm not trying to fucking come across as a self-hating Irish. I think people don't get the whole picture when they think of the Irish. Like, they think, oh, we're kind of a very subservient kind of fucking, hey, jovial kind of race. No, we got our independence by wading through a lot of fucking blood and shit, and it stuck with us, and it's not something that we're proud of. But some people are proud of it, but whether or not they should be. It is 3:15. I'm gonna hit the bed. Sorry about that, guys.
That's all good, man.
No worries.
That's late. It's only 10 o'clock here.
Yep, same.
10 o'clock here.
Same.
What time is it where you are, Mark?
7.
Oh, you're in the West Coast, Mark. Yep.
Ah.
That's one thing I can never. Then I realize the United States is such a big fucking place. It's like so one side is like fucking what is it? Is it 3 hours or 5 hours of the difference, or it depends on which? Like
3 hours.
3.
The left
Three.
is 3 hours behind.
I'm 2
behind
hours
the,
behind Ohio and New Orleans, and like 3 hours behind every place else.
Right, because
Yeah.
we've got Eastern Standard, and we've got Pacific, and then we've got Central Mountain Time.
3 different time zones, Martin.
how does that work if like you're feeding a gremlin? Like, you know,
It doesn't work. I've never understood how the After Midnight thing works ever.
They address it in the sequel. If you go through the time zone.
You better make that a trilogy because they're making the third.
Are
fuck
they?
off.
Yeah,
At this
yeah, they
stage,
are.
We don't need a
That's
third one.
one coming back is what's his?
Zach Galligan?
Yeah, he's coming back to do the third part.
Fuck.
So
He
we
needs
need Dylan Walter
he
in
probably
again.
needs that man needs a hot dinner, so he's definitely coming back. I mean, what's the last thing you saw Zach Galligan in?
Waxwork.
Yeah.
Yeah. I enjoyed that movie, but that is not a new movie.
No,
What about
that's
Phoebe Cates? Phoebe Cates hasn't been on anything. Surely she'd she'd probably do fucking porn for a paycheck at this stage.
I thought the other day made that movie. That was Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Oh shit! Actually, speaking of porn and shit, do you remember Different Strokes? Do you remember Different Strokes? Right? Do you remember the sister in Different Strokes, and she also turned up in Night Trap?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know how she died?
Dana Plato.
Do you know how she died?
Drugs?
Fucking drug use for years of being pornography.
Mm.
She was involved in hardcore pornography. That's fucking insane, man.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Trash Dash says I'd pay Phoebe Cates I'd pay for Phoebe Cates XX tape.
Now, does she have to do the Lincoln story, or is that optional?
Would a guy come down the chimney in a fucking Santa suit? Actually, that'd be creepy.
Oh God.
What do you say?
Would Phoebe have to Would Phoebe have to unpack his sack or suck his sack?
What is this?
Why?
This has escalated quickly.
This is escalating too quickly. I'm not comfortable with this conversation anymore.
I'm good. Don't worry. I'm gonna just guys. It's been awesome to be chatting. Sorry, I went into an introspective mess there near the end.
No,
it's totally cool.
It was
I
fun.
enjoyed it.
It was good, man.
God.
I dig it.
Right. I'm gonna dust off. Thanks a million for tuning in. Thanks to everyone in the chat. Hope to see you next Sunday. Peace out. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for having me. Adios. All right. Peace, cats.
Bye, Ethel. Bye, Martin.
Bye. I guess it's just me now. Bye, guys.